Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm so excited to see you guys. Today is Tuesday Night Live Sale Day on Inked Paper Art, which is my channel name, and I'm Kate Marshall. And so I just want to say hello and welcome. Thanks for joining me for the live sale tonight. We're going to have all kinds of wonderful antiques from primarily flea markets in France. However, I do have other things from Germany and Japan and Italy and all kinds of other things from time to time. I'm not sure if we'll get into that tonight. We'll have to see how the night goes. But hello, I'm so excited to see you guys. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Misty. Hello, Ria. Hello, Deborah and Zelda. Hello. And so I am going to handle some business from the last live sale here in just a few minutes, just to give everyone a chance to get on, because there are some people that I still needed information from and things like that. So if you are one of those people that did not get an invoice yet, hang tight. I will answer your question here in just a second. Hello, Carrie. Hello. So lots of you guys were here last Tuesday, and lots of you guys have been with me for a long time now. And so I just want to say thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for joining me in the 365 videos every morning. It has been so much fun. I have been building up the largest stash of ephemera ever. Hopefully we get to start making this journal kit pretty soon. The journal kit from the last Tuesday night live sale. So if you're new here, we do a monthly journal kit. So that was sold last week, and I've shipped most of them. However, whenever we're building these journals, we're going to do it together on a Friday night craft with me throughout the month of February. So lots of things happen on this channel. Hello, Lila. Hello. From Arkansas. Hello. So guys, we have people that join us from all over the globe. We have people in Norway. We have people all over the place, right? But just so you know, even though I sell items from other countries, I sell and ship from Arizona. And so I know I got quite a few questions after the last live sale from new people who they just maybe didn't know where I was at or whatever, but I ship and sell from Arizona. However, I purchased these items in France for tonight. Most of the stuff is from France, so I purchased these items in France, have it shipped over here, and then I sell and ship it from here. The reason why I think it's easier to just do it that way is because it all ships with US shipping to US buyers primarily. Now, occasionally stuff has to go back to France because people in France buy from me also. And so, maybe they just, they want something that they missed at a flea market or whatever. So they'll purchase from me and then I'll ship it back to France. But just so you know, everything ships from Arizona. Sorry, trying to read chat and have a conversation at the same time. Oh my goodness. I pronounced your name right. That's awesome. That's rare for me. Hello, Allison. Hello and welcome. So if you are new, I know that we have a lot of new people joining the live sales. And so if you are new, I will go over instructions here just in a bit too. It takes a good 10 or 15 minutes for YouTube to send out the notifications that I actually turned on the live video. So if you want to grab a snack, your beverage of choice, get comfortable, get all set up, you're going to have about 10-15 more minutes before we start getting into the live sale portion of the show. For the first 10 or 15 minutes, we just chit chat, kind of catch up on a couple of things from last week's live sale, that kind of stuff. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Pamela. So if you are new, if you say hello in chat, you will meet, first of all, you'll find out that everyone here in chat is awesome. They're very, very friendly. We do have some new people joining, and so I will give just a little bit of a talk about being friendly and kind in chat. Basically, that's all I needed to say about it. Just standard chat rules apply, so just make sure that your chat, understand that this is a business, this is what I do, and this chat that you're in right now, this isn't just a random chat on Facebook or on YouTube. This is a chat for my business. And so if you could please try to be kind to one another in the chat, make sure that if it's not kind or it's not positive, then it probably doesn't need to be said. And that's all I'm going to say about that for tonight. I do want to mention too, I have a list of people that I have where they claimed an item last week, but I didn't get an email from them, or I got an email, but I don't know what your YouTube user ID was. So for new buyers, and I'll have to say this a couple times throughout the night, but for new buyers, In the description box below the video, you're going to find a link. It's going to have my email in it. The email address is listed in that description box, but it's also listed pinned at the top of the chat box. If you're planning on shopping tonight, or you think you might be shopping tonight, go ahead and send over your information. The information I need from only new buyers. So if you have purchased from me before, you don't have to send this information. But if you are brand new and you have never purchased from me before, then I need your information. And the information I need is your first name and your last name, your full shipping address, including like your zip code and your country. Because I got some people that didn't put their country in. I got some people that didn't put a zip code in. And it's just all more delays and back and forth time. And so when we're doing live sales on this platform, it gets really hard to communicate back and forth. So just send over your first name, your last name, your shipping address, the full shipping address. And I also need you to tell me who you are on YouTube. Some of you guys are using fake names, and that's totally fine. I get it. The internet's what the internet is. If you're using a fake name, you need to make sure you tell me, hey, you know, on YouTube, it says I'm this. Say it says I'm Honey Bunny on YouTube. Well, you need to tell me who you really are, because when I get an email from Cheryl, I'm not going to know Cheryl is Honey Bunny on YouTube, okay? So just make sure you give me that little bit of information, and then whenever you put in your address in that email, that's the exact address that I copy and paste for your shipping label. So if you abbreviate some things, or you don't capitalize things, or whatever it is, however you type it, that's where your package is going. So just if you guys could double check your addresses when you're sending those emails, I would appreciate it. And that's all the information that I need from new buyers, just a couple little things. And then there's not like pre-register where you're waiting for me to like say you're accepted. You're able to purchase right now tonight without, me checking your emails and all that kind of stuff. The only thing I will say is if you claim something and I don't get information from you, then you will be banned for future sales, first of all. And second of all, you won't get your items. So if you're not trying to do it maliciously, which some people do, the internet, again, is what it is. If you're actually trying to purchase things, then the best thing to do is to send that information. And if you don't get an email from me, come back the next Tuesday and say, okay, well, I didn't get an email. I didn't get an invoice. I must have, not got the address right or something. So sometimes emails don't communicate friendly either. Sometimes it goes in a spam folder or something like that. So I'll check my spam folders, but maybe you guys could check your spam folders too. So the process for purchasing is you send me your information. Again, all of this is right at the top in the chat box, or in the description box too. So send me your information. That's step one. Step two is things that you need to know. The live sale happens right in live chat, meaning I'm going to have another camera that shows the item down on my desk. And then after I show it, I will type the item into chat, like a description of whatever the item is and a price and the word go. When I type into chat, it's highlighted in yellow, and you'll be able to see that that's me typing, because it's going to say from Inked Paper Art, and it's going to have the word go at the end of it. As soon as you see that word go, if it's an item that you want to purchase, I just need you to type in ME, just me. If it's an ABC choice, or you want 4 of them, so if it's ABC, just tell me the letter that you want. Put your first choice first. So if it's ABCD and you love C, but you'll also take B, then put C, B, or B. Use the word and or so that I know what one you want. Because sometimes if you just put like C and B, I'll just think that you want both of them. So make sure that you are being specific with using and or, and put your first choice first for multiple choice things. This all seems very technical for it might seem complicated and technical for new buyers. I promise you, once the sale gets rolling and you see how things go, it is far more simple and easy than I'm making it sound right now. So anyway, make sure that you're typing in me if you want one. Something else to keep in mind is that I go from the go down. So when I'm calling out the people who are purchasing things, I'm taking the first person after the go. If you come in before the go, I pretty much don't even see that, because chat is rolling and I'm, showing something over here. And so I will not know that you want one unless you come in after the go. Second thing about that is the YouTube, you're all in YouTube, you're all commenting in YouTube. I'm using streaming software to stream this sale to multiple destinations, and it also is it's a lot more involved than that. Anyway, the thing to remember with that is the software that I use pulls all of the comments from YouTube live chat over and timestamps them and puts them in order for me, so I can see who was really first. So who put in that first me down to like the 10th or 100th of a second. I'm not sure which one it is, but very accurate time stamping in the streaming software. And that makes sure that I know who claimed an item first. And so all of you guys are in YouTube, and you're going to see the chat in a different order than what it actually is with timestamps. YouTube does not timestamp comments. It might give, the time of 4:11, but it doesn't tell you the seconds, and it doesn't tell you the tenths of a second and things like that. So if you see that I'm calling purchases out in a different order, it's because I'm using streaming software to make sure I find the person who actually came in first. Other things to keep in mind is whenever I put an item up for sale, sometimes there's a little bit of lag. And so if you have an issue with either sound or quality or some kind of technical issue, the easiest way of fixing that is to go out of the video and come back in the video, and that kind of restarts everything. So if you can't hear me, if the picture is lagging or pixelated or something like that, the easiest fix is to go out and come back in. If you're having another problem after that, if you guys have any type of questions or anything like that, you can type it into live chat right there. And people who have been with me for a long time, they probably know the answers to these questions. Even people who were here last week will probably know the answer to the questions. They are all free. You guys are all free to answer each other's questions in there. If you are trying to talk directly to me, if you would please use all caps, that helps me to know that it's something that I need to look at, that I need to address. And so if you use all caps, hopefully it catches my attention enough to be able to see your comment. Just keep in mind that even with multiple monitors and cameras, I don't see everything that happens. That is also why we have a silent moderator who is there in chat trying to catch things that maybe shouldn't be said, or bad actors, or whatever the case may be. It's unfortunate that it is what it is, but we saw it last week, and we'll probably see a little bit of it. Just sometimes people, they just are having a bad day or whatever. So anyway, there is a silent moderator to help kind of catch that kind of stuff. Questions we should be able to handle here amongst ourselves. And if there is something that you guys need my attention for, just put it in all caps. The other thing I wanted to point out too is I do sell to a variety of different people. I sell to people who are just collectors of antique paper or ephemera or French things or whatever the case may be. I sell to people who are junk journal makers. That's what I am. That's what I use most of the stuff for. That's what probably most of you guys are here for. However, there are other people here who purchase to resell. You guys are always welcome to purchase to resell from me. The only thing that I will say is if you are a reseller, please do not advertise yourself. Do not advertise the fact that you're a reseller. Do not try to do anything shady in my chat, because that stuff gets flagged. You get banned, and it really doesn't need to happen. You guys are all capable of doing your stuff on your social media. So if we can please move forward with keeping all of that stuff in mind, I think we will have a smooth live sale tonight. And I do apologize for having to go through all of the nitty-gritty. But I think it's probably better to just be upfront in the beginning of the sale than have to address it as we go over and over again. All right, guys. I see that a lot of you guys have jumped on for the live sale. Tonight we're going to do French paper things. I'll give you a little sneak peek of next week's live sale. Next week's live sale will be more geared towards lacy, frilly, fashion, that kind of thing. I'm not going to give it all away, but we will do paper tonight, and then next week we'll do some other things. There will be paper next week also, but I'm just saying we're going to change it up a little bit, and then a couple weeks after that we will have something new that we've never done here before. So I'm very excited. We always have different kind of changing rotations of things, categories of things. I usually I mean, there are repeats from time to time, but every Tuesday's sale is different, has different merchandise. Right now, I'm working through a whole brand new shipment from France. And so these things were purchased throughout the end of 2024, and they were shipped to me and received while I was away on Christmas break. And so we're working through unboxing those things and bringing them out here to the live sale. um, So we don't need to be talking about whether you have a YouTube channel or any of that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, we just, it doesn't, so when you guys are out and about doing your thing, that's your thing. And when you're here, you're participating in my live sale. And that's what this is about. You guys are free to chat during the live sale. It doesn't have to be all about live sale. I just really need to snip the sniping in the rear and get that done with on this channel. It's just something that's constantly happening, and it really wears a person down when you work so hard. When you work as hard as I do, it really wears a person down. So we're going to do live sale tonight. Is there something that you guys have a request for that maybe possibly I can work into the rotation tonight? I know some of you guys have been asking for the photography slides and the envelopes and things like that. Some Braille paper was on the request. If you guys have a request, make sure that you type in requests for me too so that I can see those. I'm going to go ahead and flip the camera down. Actually, before I do that. There I am. It froze for a minute. Don't worry. We're all good. I see 1,800 books. Okay. So last week we had 1,700 books. There are bins full of 1,800 books right here. We could possibly look at some of those. Textbooks. I have lots of textbooks. Vintage negative strips. I don't have any of those for sale. Math textbooks. Yes, we have those. Postcards, you know, I have plenty of postcards. Florentine paper, rag paper, I have that here all the time. Blue French envelopes, have that here all the time. Ledger number stencils, I do. I have those all the time too. So I will pull some of this. I'll try to work some of this in. Cabinet cards, have them all the time. French lady prints. You're asking for digitals. Digitals, I am working on something with all of my digitals right now. When I am done with that project, I will bring them in both printed form and digital that you can download. Some will and some won't, Deborah. It just depends on the book. Doilies, of course, you know, I always have those. Asian ephemera, always have that. Definitely. So Sharon, this is a live sale for antique and vintage finds from Paris flea markets tonight. And it's more of a junk journal supply kind of a thing, but people buy for all different kinds of reasons. Ledger paper we will see tonight. There is ledger paper, ledgers, whole ledger books, and ledger pages tonight. Garden or bird books, have them, they're coming. Flower books coming. Calling cards, have them, they're here in the bins behind me on that shelf. Edith Holden, yes, those books are coming. Sticker books, no, sticker books are brand new, so I don't have any of those. Something could be worked out in the future to print on sticker paper. I have sticker paper and I've done it before, but that's something that we may or may not see this year. Old scrapbooks full of German scrap, you know it. I've got those too. Okay, Victorian anything. Kendall, you and I are right on the same page with that Victorian anything. Okay, so I see lots of requests. If you guys have any more requests, you can go ahead and type them in and I will write down a list of these later. I'll pull what I can pull and work it into the sale tonight. Let me go ahead and switch the camera down so we can get started. And so I first of all want to go over a list of people that I need information for from the last sale. I need to know, there was someone called Kelly Brush. Kelly Brush may have a different YouTube user ID, but Kelly, I need you to send me an email letting me know who you are, what your first and last name is, what your YouTube user ID is, and your shipping address and all that kind of stuff so I can send your invoice from last week. I will go over instructions and how it all works, how invoicing works and all that stuff too. I kind of talked about the beginning part of it, and I'll finish with the invoicing and the shipping. So Kelly Brush, somebody called Me C. You may have messaged me, but I do not know who Me C is because I don't have all of your information. So if you could please send me an email again. Let me know who you are, what your real first and last name is, and all of that kind of stuff. Me C and Kelly Brush. Polka Dot. I don't know who Polka Dot is. Polka Dot, if you could please send me your information again tonight or for the first time tonight, one or the other. Jessica McDowell, I have invoiced you. And Stitch It Pam, I have invoiced you. You have only, and Jody Go Big. Those three people I have invoiced for just $6 for their little French magazine from last week. For anything that is under $25, it doesn't ship until you reach over $25. So you've paid for the little $6 magazine. Once you reach 25, I will ship it for you. But I don't want to charge you shipping on $6 because shipping a package is like $6 in itself. So to ship a $6 French magazine or French newspaper is like $6. So I don't want to charge you shipping until we're like ready to ship. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense to charge $6 on a $6 item. So I invoiced you for the item and I'm going to hold those things here unless you message me and reach out to me and tell me that you want it shipped. But from going forward, I'm only shipping $25 and higher. It doesn't, you can buy the little things that are $6 or whatever, but it's just not worth it for your shipping money for me to ship something for $6 that costs $6 to send it. So all things are shipped. Usually it used to be called first class mail. It's called Ground Advantage now. And to ship any type of package, even a 1-ounce package, the minimum shipping charge, it starts out at like $4.80. And so just keep that in mind. You're welcome to buy the little things. I'll just save them here for you in a file folder. Once we get, $25 or more, those little things can be added to other things. Everyone else who purchases $25 and above, you're invoiced and you are shipped every single sale. So invoicing goes to your email. It comes through Square. You don't need an account or anything like that. I take all of the payment options that everybody else takes except for PayPal. I don't deal with PayPal. You're able to transfer your money to your bank account and use your debit card from PayPal. So you can still use your funds in PayPal, but I don't take PayPal payments. So just make sure that you know that you get an invoice in your email, which is one of the reasons why I ask you to send me an email with your information. That way I can just send your email invoice to you, and so you find your invoices in your inbox. Invoices come out probably like Monday of next week. And I'm just leaving myself that bit of time because there are so many new buyers all the time now. So you can look in your inbox. It'll pop up sometime between tomorrow and Monday. If it's something small and I can get to it faster, then it'll be faster. But generally, they're out by Monday the following week. So tonight's live sale, if I have all of your information, you get an invoice to your email, and then you pay that invoice, and then your items are shipped right then and there. They're actually already shipped by the time I invoice you. They just sit here and wait until you pay your invoice, and then they're released to the carrier. So those people I needed information for. Mary Harris, I need information for you. Black Whisper Crafts, I do not have an email from you, or I cannot connect the dots between Black Whisper and who you really are. Mary Harris, Black Whisper. Lisa Giamartino, I do not have an email from you. Lisa Giamartino. So that is it for people from last week. It was quite a long list of new buyers who I don't have information from. So that's it from last week. Are any of those people here? Mary Harris? Okay, you emailed me. I don't have your information, at least in a way that I can find you in my email. So if you wouldn't mind sending me it again, I would appreciate it. Anybody else that I called out here? Hello, hello. Hello, everyone joining. Thank you, thank you. Nothing Polish that I'm aware of at the moment, but I do have a lot of European things and sometimes mixed languages in there, so. And if you sent your information in Messenger, please follow instructions and send it in an email. I do not look at the Messenger for the information for the live sale. Messenger is for people who have a question about something like an order, whatever, but you need to send your information for new buyers to the email address. It's just too many different places to look for new buyer information. You did send your payment yesterday? Let me look. Oh yes, you just had the one newspaper, Jody. So if you want me to ship that one newspaper, I will, but I'm telling you right now, shipping is about $6 for the newspaper. So how it works out usually better is I just hold on to it, and maybe you purchase things tonight or next week or so forth, and then you can add that newspaper to something. The only people who get to save items from week to week to be combined are international buyers. So if you are not in the US, you can have a box open and just leave it open for, 30 days, 60 days, probably about 60 is the longest I'm going to hold it. So you can continue to buy if you're international for up to 60 days. Everyone in the US, you're shipped every week as you purchase, except for those things where, because you guys can't control whether or not you get an item. I could show 10 items and you could try to purchase all 10 items I show tonight, but because there are so many people, you may not get one, right? So you guys aren't exactly in control of what items you're able to get. That way, that's the reason why I do hold those small items, just so they can be combined with other things from a future sale, but only for people who are purchasing, just one or two little things. If it's over a certain dollar amount or it's a certain size, then it ships anyway. But I do try my hardest to make it cheaper on shipping for you guys. Okay. Well, I just went through the list, so hopefully we're able to connect with all of those people. Let's go ahead and get started today. So I'm going to put in a test to go. This is basically everyone can type in a practice me. And this kind of gives everyone a chance to see how the sale would work too. So this is just practice. You're not buying anything. So I'm going to type in practice round go into chat. This is exactly the way that I would type items into the chat for the live sale. So when you see in chat practice round go, that's when you type in me. So Becky just came in before the go. If you came in like that during a live sale, Becky, I probably wouldn't see you. Same thing for Julie. So wait until you see me type it in. All you guys coming in, wait until you see me type it in, just so that it works right, right? Because everyone wants to see it work correctly. There's the practice round go. Okay, so here's the practice round go. Everyone, what is it doing? It's always changing up the way that this looks, and I don't really like the way that it does that. See, that's just way too big. Anyway, we're going to try it like that for tonight for the on-screen graphic. So I typed in a practice round go. It's just practice. This is exactly how you would see it on your end. You would see me type it into live chat. You would see it on screen, as long as I remember to click it and highlight it. But other than that, see how everyone else is coming in and they're saying me times 2 or me or whatever. That's how the sale works. That's all you need to do to buy something, is just type in the word me, as long as it's not something where I need like you to tell me whether you want A or you want B or you want C or if you want 5 or whatever. So that's how it works. If you guys have questions, go ahead and holler them out and I will try to get them. Okay, first item. Very simple tonight. First up tonight, we have these packs of rag paper pages. These are just assorted rag paper pages. Let me turn on my other light. These are just assorted rag paper pages. So some of them are folios, some of them are just single pages. I just went through my whole bin of rag paper pages and pulled out whatever I had. There is a lot of dictionary in here. There's some music in every one of these packs, but this is for people who want variety in their book pages. So if you got a book last week, this is a good idea to purchase in addition to your book, because when you buy a book, books are great because you get a whole lot of pages, but they're all the same size and they're all the same type and they're all kind of the same, pages, right? So these ones have a lot of dictionary in them. This one has several larger sheets of rag paper dictionary. These pages are all French and German. There's a couple of German ones in here, not very many. Again, French, French, French. This one is French. This is German. It's a little folio. So a folio is 2 pages that are connected. So German, this is a French folio. This is a French dictionary page. This one is actually American, or it might be English, like from the UK English. Then there's this one, that one. So it's just a variety of pages. This is a German, a French-German dictionary page. A variety of little pages. And then a little folio here with some music on it. So just a little pack like that. Variety pack of rag paper pages. These little variety packs are going to be $14. So I'm going to type in rag paper page variety pack. And there's different numbers of pages in each one, but you saw me go through one there. So if you want one of these, you have to wait for the go. It says rag paper page variety pack for $14. There's the go. And so everyone who came in before the go, if you come in again, you can have a shot at one of them. And so I only have what I have here on the table of them. I need to give those a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them there. This is number 10. The plastic. Sorry. It's very crinkly. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I have 20 of them. So I'm going to take the first 20 people that came in for that one, if 20 did, I'm assuming, but we'll see. Up here at the top, I've got first in was Allison Reinbold. And Allison, next was Kendall, and she wants 2 of them. Marcella wants 2 of them. Denise would like 1. Denise G. And Amy Danielson. Amy Danielson. And she wants 2. And so after Amy, we've got Marlene for 2. And Deborah Kirshner. And Marikar. And Crafting with Purpose. So I remember Marikar's Maria. Crafting with Purpose. Can you please type in your first name for me, please? I don't have you in my brain yet. Crafting with Purpose. And then after that was Jody and Misty and Jenny for 3, and Cheryl Emery. Cheryl Emery. Okay. And Sandy, I don't know if, so it doesn't say me, so I don't know if you want one or don't want one. I'm going to assume not because it doesn't say me. So Cheryl, and then Claudia Blanton. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All of you. And Cherie Martin. And I need to count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that would be it. So everyone else who came in after that, I do apologize. Those ones are gone. We do have full books of rag paper tonight, and I will show you guys those as well. I apologize. I thought 20 would probably be enough, but we do have a larger crowd than we used to. You guys have doubled in size. All right, so from there, we have these. These are French newspapers. I know we did French newspapers last week, but they were different. These French newspapers are dated 1870 for both of these. They're quite large French newspapers. They're folded up just like they probably were when they were put in somebody's mailbox or delivered to somebody in 1870. So they're very, very large newspapers, like much larger than our standard newspaper of today even. So our standard newspaper is about this size right here. But this guy is so big, he doesn't fit on camera. You guys can see. I will measure him. But so on the back, you guys are seeing a whole lot of ads. On the front, it looks like this. Jody, I do not take Venmo. I invoice you through Square to your email. So this is the newspaper on the front. And so it's super, super big. I don't know. It folds up nicely, which is nice for shipping. But the height of the newspaper, the single page height of the newspaper is 26 inches. And the width is 18.5 inches. So 26 by 18.5. And it's 2 pages, so it's doubled. Inside, you've got this going on. You can see from where it was folded, there's a couple little holes. I don't care about that. This paper, so you're getting a whole lot of text here, but this paper, this is rag paper. It is lovely rag paper. All of the text is printed on these with steel printing, like presses and the steel printing type. So you can feel all of the text impressed into the paper. This stuff is lovely to use as collage material, whatever, but you can also scan these and copy these. And so I'm not the copyright police. I will tell you what I always tell you guys. You guys can do whatever you want to do with it. I don't care if you want to break the law and copy stuff. I'm not advocating for that, and I would rather you didn't, but if that's what you want to do with stuff, do it. This is out of copyright. This is a newspaper from 1870. Things that are generally from like 1927 or 28 or 9 or somewhere around that time period. I haven't updated it because it just turned another year. But I think last year it was through 1927 is out of copyright, except for there are things like Disney stuff and whatever. Those things always are in copyright. They're never out of copyright. So anyway, I'm, again, not going to go all into copyright. But when you buy things from me, you can do whatever you want to do with it. There are many people who buy from me and they make digitals. Many of the top name shops that you guys know about on Etsy have bought things from me and turned them into digitals and are still selling them. And I love that because more people get to share, you know, whatever it is that I found. So it all works. And these little newspapers, I don't know how many I have, but you can see like, so they're grungy, you know, they're not bad. You saw me. I could fold it, I could unfold it, whatever, but they're not perfect. They're from 1870 and they're newspaper. So just know that going into it. All of them are 2 pages. All of them essentially look the same. All of them are, I think, called the same the same thing at the top of them, and they look all like they're 1870. You'll notice that they have these red stamps on them right here. It's because they were in a library at one time and they've been removed from the library. And I believe this was more of like a legal library, or um, maybe even a tax stamp. I'm not sure, but I think most of these used to be in a library. So that's the little newspapers. We're going to do those next. Um, so we're going to do French newspaper from 1870. And let's do these guys for $9 each. And there's the go. So $9. Remember, they're super, super big, and you're getting all the ads on the back. I don't know if this is the same one or a different one. This one is an actual different newspaper. And it has more than one page. So I guess there is some variety in here. I didn't really look through these. But this guy is nice. He's a nice size. I'm glad that I looked, because he's got 3 pages, 4 pages, 5 pages. Let me get this typed in. 5 pages, 6 pages. Ooh, this stuff is lovely. 6, 7 pages. Look at that. 8 pages, 10 pages. It's a 10-page one back here, but they have lots of advertisements that you can use. And this Bon Marché, this is a very well-known store. They sold all kinds of home goods back then, and they are really popular. A lot of people have like lace sample books and things like that from them. But it looks like there's a number of those kind of magazines or newspapers, and a number of the ones that I showed you in the beginning. So it looks like we have all of these ones, about half and half. So you're going to 50-50 odds of which one you get. Sorry, I didn't look at them beforehand. Okay, I'm going to make my list here going from the top. There's the newspapers. And first one in is Misty Elliott. The other thing is, you guys can tell them all about in chat about using a proxy too, but you guys can ask for a proxy if you are having a hard time getting something. Maybe your internet is slower, you have lag, whatever. If you're having a hard time getting things when you're coming in for them, first of all, make sure that you type in that me and it just sits in chat box and you just hover over it when you're getting ready to put in your me, because a lot of people do that and that's a little time saver, even like milliseconds. It makes a difference, right? And so having the me typed in is one thing, but if you want to ask for a proxy bidder, if I'm showing something and you know that you want it, you can ask someone or ask in chat for someone to come in for you so that you can, hopefully get it. Just say, can somebody proxy bid for me? And then somebody that has faster internet will come in and bid for you. And I will say, if you ask somebody to proxy for you and you change your mind, it gets sticky at that point. So please don't use a proxy unless you really want the item. Okay, so I have Misty Elliott, Jody Martin, Pam Green, Maricar, Carrie Geisler, and Carol Vaughn, and Lori Haney, and Zelda Morrison for 2. And we have Claudia Marcella. Thank you guys. And Shauna. And Denise. And Paula and Rhonda Hansen. Okay. Lindsay Tyler, and after Lindsay, I have Claire. And let me count these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. We can go a little bit longer. After Claire, I have Cheryl Walbach. Cheryl Walbach and Wendy Anderson. Now, I will say too, if you claim something and you don't see it on your invoice, one of two things happened. Sometimes you'll claim an item and I will write down your name and I will not have enough at the end of the day to fill that request, so you won't see it on your item because it's sold out. If that happens and you don't see it and you have a question about, hey, did it sell out or whatever, you can ask me and verify before you pay. And if I made a mistake, I'll certainly add it to your invoice. But just know that if it's not on there 9.9 times out of 10, it has sold out. So after Wendy, I have Jenny. I have Jennifer Miller for 2. And I have Terry Brown. I'm going to write a couple more names and see if I can fill them. Sherry. So those I'm going to call sold out. If I have a couple left over that I didn't write down names for, I will go back and chat after the sale and grab them. I am trying to make it to where it doesn't take, oops, sorry camera, where it doesn't take forever. And if you come in late, I don't go back and re-show things. You are able to rewind the video yourself up there in chat though. You can use the slider at the end of your picture, at the bottom of your picture, and you can rewind and you can see what you missed. And then for everyone else who came in, if I have one that I'm able to fill for you, I will. Paula, you probably were down at the bottom if I skipped over you. Let me scroll up and look. Yeah, down at the bottom. You're showing up after Catherine's. Can you show the first one? I missed it for me. If I have one for you, I'll put your name on it if I do. Okay, so let's move on. We're going to do these documents. We had documents last week. The documents we had last week were very different than these documents. These are all French folded documents, and they're in a variety of colors. The first way I'm going to offer them is I'm going to offer them random. So even though I'm showing you that there's a lot of different colors, I'm going to offer them random first. If there are any left over after the random, then I will offer them by color. But generally, there's not much left. So we'll see how it goes. There's a little white page stuck to that one. It's a little add-on. So you can see we've got everything from pinks, we've got beiges, we've got yellows, we've got oranges, we've got greens, we've got like aquas, and we've got blues. There may be a stray purple one here or there. That's the only color that I don't see right here in this pile. But so now that I've kind of showed you a little bit of the color family, I will say that there are a lot of beige ones. I'm going to try to work my way through the colored ones first, and then if I need to pull from beige, I will pull from beige. But we're going to do them random the first go round. If I feel like there are going to be some left after we offer them random, then I will do them based off of blue or green or orange or whatever, but I don't know that there will be. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the documents look like. So these documents have a cover on them. All of them have some sort of cover, whether it be where there's a little bit of printing and then handwriting, or whether it be completely handwritten like this guy and this guy. So these are French folded documents. Okay, now square is So this is why I don't say Square anymore most of the time. Square is just where your invoices come from. It has nothing to do with payment options. Payment options are the same way that you would order a pizza or that you would buy from, hobbylobby.com. I take all payment options that you guys pay for things with the exception of PayPal. I don't take PayPal. Within Square, you can use Cash App and you can use Afterpay and other things like that. But just know that I take everything except for PayPal. So anyway, these are French handwritten legal documents. So they have a colored cover on the outside. And then on the inside is the legal document itself. And so these are all beautiful French antique calligraphy, handwriting. They're all at least 2 pages. They are sewn in like we sew in our signatures of our junk journals with string up there in the top. And so you'll get the full document and a cover. And we'll look at a couple of them and, it'll give you a little bit of variety. Like this one here was dated 1861. This one is dated 1833. So these are quite old. Sorry, the camera does not like it when things are up off of the desk. And so, some of them start out with, like the emperor that was reigning at the time, the king, whatever. This one's sewn in with some pink ribbon. So they're very nice old documents. They're not all 1800s. This one is 1919. There's 1919, and he's got like 4 pages inside of him. So 4 pages of handwriting. So whatever number of pages are in these is what you're going to get. And all of them, some of them have little ephemera, like this guy has a little extra invoice here with a tax stamp, some extra information, and then the document itself in a cover. So they're all different. No 2 are ever going to be the same. This one's from 19019, and he has a big bundle of ephemera tucked inside of him. I don't really open the things up and look too much at them before I bring them to the live sale. I have a lot and I don't have time to sift through it like that. So whatever is in there is what you get. This one's from Paris. Let's see. We can look at a yellow one. Oh, there's 2 in this one. There's a yellow one here. So you guys get the idea. They're just folded legal documents with covers. And so I'll show you a pink one because I know lots of people ask me about the pink one. This one's from 1856. And so they're just beautiful documents. The paper in these documents, since it's old, is so lovely in the handwriting. So that's those. Let's enter them as random and then we will go from there. So these are folded French antique documents in covers. And these ones are going to be $35, and I'm entering that go right now. And they're random, meaning I'm just going to pull from the pile. And so there's the go for those. Scrolled up off the screen. And so first one in for these was Allison. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I really appreciate you hanging out, whether you're window shopping or shopping or elbowing people or whatever it is. Just thank you. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I really enjoy it with you guys. You guys know I like to shop for all of this stuff over in France too. So I buy it because I love it, and I love that you guys love it too. First person in was Allison, and she said 3 of these guys. Margaret was in next. Margaret Larson. Diana B. For 2. Marikar. Cheryl. Shelly. And then Sherry. And Julie. and Claudia. Claudia and Rhonda Showalter. After I get your names in my head, so I see your name a couple of times, then it does go much faster for me. And I don't take so long to bore you guys writing down the names. Crafting with Purpose. And if it continues like this, I will at some point stop writing the names down live and make the live sale go faster so it isn't boring you guys. Because I can always watch later and grab these names from chat too. So I have Rhonda and Crafting with Purpose and Sarah and Lori Haney for 2 and Zelda and Shauna and Summer and I don't know, Summer, if I put 2 and 2 together with your name from last week or not, because you asked for a journal kit last week. So if you could just send me an email and let me know, hey, this is Summer Rocks, but this is my real name, that might help me. And Sarah, did I already write Sarah down? I'm not sure. Sarah Witt, Marcella, Terry Brown. You guys know that you guys can scan these and then turn them, the cover specifically, into those tall document journals. Terry Brown, after Terry Brown was Cheryl and Susan. Oh, nope. Susan Elliott saying, haha. Daisy Taylor is next. Daisy Taylor. There is no late. You're all good. If you're here, you're on time. Yeah, it's just not going to be possible to keep doing it with this many people, though. So just so you know, we're in the future. If it stays like this, we're going to stop writing down the names live and we will just go through it. If it's on your invoice, it's on your invoice and you have one. And if you don't have one on your invoice, then it sold out before I got to you. Yvonne Greason. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Deborah. Okay, guys, thank you for those. So I'm going to say, to be safe, I'm going to pull these. Does anyone want, let me just pull all of these. Does anyone want just a beige one? Does anyone want beige specifically? They're here and they want a beige one specifically. Okay, so I'm going to type this in. These are just beige. One more time. Just beige ones. If somebody wants a beige one specifically, then put it in now. And this is in addition to anything you already claimed. Beige folded French document. I have more of beige. I know that I do. So we're probably good to do them at 35 with another go. So if you want a beige one, go ahead and come in. Other than that, those are gone. And it looks like Margaret Larson and Diana B. Margaret and Diana B. And Diana B. Some people do not want color, you know, like they really like to work in neutrals. And I do too. I went over that in the beginning. It's because I don't have an email from you that I can recognize is from Black Whisper Crafts. Because you are using a different user ID on YouTube, it is rather hard to put two and two together. So send me an email tonight and type in the subject line Black Whisper Crafts so that I can find the name that your email comes from and figure out that that is who Black Whisper Crafts is. That's happened a lot because there just are so many people that are using, a lot of people use fake names on the internet, and I don't care. You use what you want to use. I'm just saying that it's hard for me at the end to put 100 new people together with probably 250 new emails from people because people register, but they didn't quite buy anything yet. Sarah Witt, you want 3 total beige. So when you want 3, you have to say times 3. If you put it in more than once, I just assume that you're just putting it in to make sure that you get one. So Sarah, I will put you down for 3 beige ones. But if you want me to know that it's 3 and not just multiple times of trying to come in, if you put the times 3. I don't know, maybe you did and I just missed it, but I will write you down right now, Sarah. So for beige, I have Margaret, Diana B. I see Kim. Kim is in there. And Sarah. Oh, 3 total, 1 beige. Okay. Well, I'll write you down for 1 beige. And hopefully you're in there for the other 2. I try my hardest. If I search and I can't find Black Whisper, then I move on. In all honesty, there's hundreds of them in there, and I'm just doing my best to try to match everybody up to something. And I know if we talk about it while we're live, then I will get it. Now, if you want to, Bex, if you feel comfortable, you don't have to, but if you feel comfortable, if you want to tell me your first and last name, or at least your actual first name, unless you spell it BEXX, that will help me. Okay, so moving on to something else. Let's do these. So you guys saw me do projects out of these envelopes, old envelopes. So these are actually letters in envelopes. So let me pull this up to the side and we'll talk about these more. So these actually have their letters, their original letters in their envelopes. So there's all different kinds of envelopes here with all different kinds of postage on them. Here's a whole pile of just letters. They probably go in some of these envelopes. Normally, I'm really good about keeping them together, so this must be like a new pile I shoved in this bucket. But generally, we're looking at things that look like this. And so every one of them will have their original letter inside of it. So we're going to do bundles of envelopes, but these ones also have their original letters. So here's his letter. It's an airmail letter, so it's on kind of like onion skin. You know, they made airmail letters out of the onion skin paper, the very, very thinnest paper they could find, because they didn't want them to get heavy in the airplanes. So that's why originally airmail letters were on the thin paper. This is a different letter. Most of these are from, well, some of them are from the 1800s. Very few are from the 1800s. Most of them are like 1950. Something around that time frame. But they all have their original envelopes and their original letters. I have not taken the letters out to read them or anything like that. They're written in French, so unless you read French, you're not going to be able to. But I do know that these are family letters. So these are either to man and wife, or man or wife and their family, or something like that. So I'm going to do bundles of 5 letters. Not all of them have a stamp because some of them are like from the military, where they have an ink stamp instead of a postage stamp. This is a military one where it has an ink stamp instead of an actual postage stamp like this. But in general, this is what they look like. They're all opened. They're all kind of raggedy, torn, wherever, the person decided to rip the letter open. That's where they decided to rip the letter open. So we're going to do bundles of 5 of these. And this is kind of what we're looking at. They're great for crafting. You guys know that you could just use these as a pocket as is in a journal. You could scan them as long as you're scanning for personal use. I don't think you run into any problems, even though they're from 1955. But if you're planning on making a digital, you'll have to look into the postage being out of copyright, the people's addresses, you're not getting in trouble for that. So I don't know if I'd scan them and sell them as a digital in Etsy, but I would certainly scan them and use them for my own crafting. No problem. So, or you use the originals, of course. Let's do these sets of 5 French letters in envelopes. And these are going to be $24 per set. And you get 5 letters and 5 envelopes. There's the go for those. And I have a bunch of them. These ones right here, I think, are just envelopes. No, there's a letter in there. And there's a letter in this one too. And these ones are like for people who are either their family is in mourning or it's about a death, telling loved ones that somebody's passed or family that somebody's passed. But that's what the black border means. The black border just means mourning, sadness, mourning, you know, that kind of a thing. But there's just a couple of those ones here. There's a lot of the airmail kind of letters there. So that's that. Let me get my pen ready for those ones. There's that. Okay. So for these, the first person in is Wendy Anderson. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I do have to say I am just a little bit just taken aback about the support and everything, especially from the 365 videos and all of that. It was a little shocking. You know, I thought I was just going to do this little project and, you know, I knew, you know, some people would click it and watch it and whatever, but I really was not prepared for all of that support. And I just want to say thank you. That was really amazing. And it's definitely helped me on those days where I'm really tired and don't want to do video. If I know people are waiting for it to come out in the morning, then it makes a little bit of a difference, right? Like I don't want to disappoint anyone. Not that I'm not going to not make a video. I'm always going to make a video. I'm just saying there are some days where you just wake up and you're ready to go and other days where you're like, what am I going to do today? Anyway, I have Wendy Anderson, Cheryl Emery, Marikar, Claire, and Sherry Rodenhauser, and Cheryl Meyer. I think you said it's Mayer though, isn't it, Cheryl? And Marcella. And she wants 2. Did I skip anyone else's 2? I always miss checking for that. So Marcella for 2, LRT Productions. So that's one where if you guys are using a name, something like that, where I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together, just put it in the subject line of your email. That kind of helps me too. So LRT Productions, Sarah, Pamela, Terry, Kim, Kendall, and Paula. Thank you. Thank you. You like the video, Sandy? I'm glad. Thank you for saying that. Thank you guys. The ruffle video, I think the ruffles are so fun. I just got to remember to sit down and make them and then have a big bin ready because you don't want to have to sit and make it every journal, right? Thank you guys for the letters. I appreciate it. All right, so that's that. That's actually quite a few letters because it's sets of 5. Okay, there we go. Oops. Slide that over there. Next up, we're going to do some little packets of pharmacy labels. If you guys were with me at the end of last year, I think we did these, I don't know, maybe the summer, last summer. They're little packets. So all of these are little packets of pharmacy labels. And so all I have is what I have right here on the table. But you get these cute little envelopes. It's like a miniature coin envelope, kind of. It's got this rounded little slope here. This little corner is bent, but it's a little rounded slope coin envelope, advertising for a pharmacy. And then it's just, you know, a cute little envelope. I think we could open this up by steaming it, and then maybe you could scan it flat after you steamed it open, or just trace around it and, you know, print it and cut it out or something, copy it. I'm not sure. But anyway, we've got a whole bunch of pharmacy labels inside. And so you've got all kinds of little labels to use in your junk journals. I don't know if you could scan these or not. I don't know what the date on them is, but you probably could. I don't know that anyone looks for this kind of stuff on the internet. And oh, are you copyright infringing? I don't know. But anyway, there's a whole bunch of them in here. I know we counted them at one point. And then there's this one. This is a nice one. Ooh, it's a sedative. I don't know about that part of it, but I do like the rest of the label. So anyway, you get a bundle of pharmacy labels in a variety of different colors and, you know, type fonts and stuff like that. So it's little packets of pharmacy labels. You can scan them and print them out a bunch of times so you don't have to use your originals. If you scanned these in, like lay them on your scanner bed and scan them in and then print 2 pages to 1 page, you can even shrink them down so that they're half the size, or, you know, print them at 50% or whatever your printer settings are, but you could definitely make them smaller. Okay, so I'm going to type these in. These ones, we're going to do them for $22 per pack. So they are French pharmacy label packets, and they are 22. I'm going to do 22, and there's the go. Did I spell pharmacy? Yes, I did. Okay. It looked weird off to the side over there. French pharmacy label packets. Okay. So for these, first person in is Robin. So Robin is first, and then Crafting with Purpose, and then Cherie or Sherry. I need to settle on which way I'm going to say it. You could tell me. And then Kim and Kendall and Marcella and Sarah and Jennifer and Marikar and Shelly and Claudia. And let me count these out real quick. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is what I got left. So after Claudia Blanton is just VB Designs. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I do have a few of those left. All right, let's go to something a little different. Next, we have these. How am I going to do this? Like this. So um, these are French antique map pages. They're from a book that has, so it's like a colored map, and it has little pictures of chateaus and castles and whatever down there. Wendy, I think you have one that is very similar to this. It's not exactly this one, but it's similar. So see this picture of this little chateau down here? And it's talking about a region. So all of them are different. Like this is definitely a castle. But you get one page and it has these, this is the Alps and it's talking about that. It's got the picture down there. Here's one that goes this way and it's got this beautiful, I don't know, bridge, waterway, and castle. Then there's one over here that's got the church. And notice these ones are quite a bit more aged than the other ones. This one does not have any castle. This one looks like that. So we're just going to do these individually. Now I do have a number of these, so you can order as many of these as you want, and I'm going to make them fairly inexpensive. For colored antique maps, they can get quite spendy. I'm just trying to show you some of them. Some are definitely more grungy, but this is kind of like the little buildings that we're looking at down there. And so you've got all the little relevant information to your map. The legend, all of that kind of stuff is on there. So that's what they are. I'll kind of flip through. Notice I'm flipping and they're not like falling apart. They're definitely aged, but they're not falling apart. And this side of the page over here is where they were taken from the book. So that's those. There they are. You can scan these. Just scan, like if you get several, you could probably turn these into a digital on Etsy. But if you get several, at least you'll have several different variations, and probably some will be different colors of paper too, like the tanned. It looks like there's more tanned than there isn't. So anyway, let's go ahead and do them. I'm going to do them for $4 per map. So these are antique French map pages. They're $4. Get as many as you want. And there's the go. Uh-oh. I see oh, there it is. It jumped. Adopt a castle, Robin. That's pretty funny. I would love to live in a castle, except for it would be really, really cold all the time. Savings stamps that I made the clusters with. So I didn't use I showed you the bin of the savings stamps. I didn't actually use any in those clusters I made on camera. I did have the the stock certificates, and I think that's what you're asking for, but those are here tonight, yes. So for this one, there's the go. And the first person in is Jerry. Jerry L. And Jerry says she would like 3. And these are $4 maps. And Robin would like 2. And after Robin, we have Jody for 2. Diana B for 4. When we get a live moderator, it will probably help too. It'll still take a long time to go through these long lists, but it might be a little faster. We'll see. So I have Jody for 2, Diana B for 4, Kendall for 5, Margaret for 3, Margaret Larson for 3, and then Cheryl Emery for 3, and Marlene Long for 3, and Crafting with Purpose for 2, and Rhonda Showalter I'm hoping I'm saying all of your names correctly. If I'm not, feel free to correct me. Hopefully I'll see it. Sherry Humphreys for 3. Misty Elliott for 2. Julie H for 2. Cheryl W. Debbie C for 2. And let's see, Christelle for 5. These ones are a lot newer than the book that you have, Wendy, too. It's a thinner paper and a lot newer, I think, than yours. Kimchi and Amy D for 3. And Sarah for 5. And after Sarah, we have Shauna. And Shauna would like 5. And after Shauna, we have Zelda. Zelda would like 5. Thank you, guys. After Zelda, we have Jennifer Miller for 5. And Sherry R. And Cheryl Meir for 2. And Jody, sorry, we're almost there. Jody for 2. 3 Blind Mice for 2. And Cherie Martin for 4. I may have already written this down. And Claire for 2. And Tara for 2. Kim for 2. I'm hoping I'm not writing over and over again. And after that, Jenny T for 3. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'll keep going because I don't know how many are in that pile. Black Whisper for 4 of them. Lori H for 2. And Cherie Martin, I know I've gotten now. And Marcella for 2. Shelly, did I not get you, Shelly? Shelly Law. Terry Brown for 2. I have no idea how many are in here, but we're going to call it good here in just a sec. Terry Brown. Christine Joyce for 2. And these will ship flat, just saying 2. Lori Haney for 2. Okay. I know there were over 100. Claudia for 4. Claudia B for 4. VB for 2. VB Designs. Oh, okay, I think we're probably good on that. Typed me twice. Okay, I'll sort it out. Thank you guys so much for the maps. I appreciate it. All right, moving on. We have these. I think this is what you're asking for. These are stock certificates, and they have the little tickets. These I copied on my copier. I put it on my scanner, and I printed them out. so that I could cut up and use these little tickets down here at the bottom. So I have it sideways so it'll fit in camera. But I have these for you guys tonight. These come in a variety of colors. So we're going to do these two different ways tonight. The first way that we're going to do them, let me think about this for just a second. So this whole stack right here is aqua blue, and it is a whole big bunch of them, like a big bunch of them. And over here on this side, I have a few green ones, just a few. And then I have some gold colored ones. There's a pile of the gold ones. And then I have just a few of these kind of gold, I don't know, this might be more of an orangey color, a peachy color, and this maybe is more gold. But I just have a few random color ones over there. For right now, let's focus on teal blue ones, okay? So I'm going to push the other color ones off. I folded it in half because when it ships to you, it's going to ship folded because these are too wide to fit in any of the plastic sleeves I have. So they're going to ship folded. I will tell you that these are old. You might have some cracking on the fold line. It's just the only way that they're going to ship is folded because there's no baggie or mailer that's going to hold something this big. Just so that you guys know how big they are. The certificate is 14 plus inches tall by 11 3/4 inches wide. So it's just not cost efficient to ship it flat and not have to fold it like this. So I'm going to fold them. I will fold them where the certificate ends and the tickets begin. So if it does come apart, at least you'll have the certificate and you'll have the tickets without any fold lines. So we're going to do the teal blue ones, aqua blue, whatever you want to call this color. These are French stock certificates for something. I could not tell you what they're for, but I mean, you can use Google Translate and figure it out. But they have all of their little tickets, and these tickets have this lovely red stamp over them. So when they traded back in their stock certificate, redeemed their stock certificate, whatever you want to say, they stamped them, meaning that they're canceled. But they have these interesting little numbers down here at the bottom. I'm going to hold it up close so you guys can see these. They're really nice. So that's what that looks like on the back. It's just plain. You can see where they were cut out of the book at an angle cut. That's the way they did them. So we're going to do aqua blue first. I have a lot of aqua blue. I think I'm going to do them. I think I'm going to do them in 2 packs. I think that's just what makes sense. So I think we're going to do 2 aqua blues. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bex, thank you. These ones are very old. I do not know how old, but 1928. From 1928. So let's go ahead and do the aqua blue. We're going to do them in sets of 2. And I'm just going to turn it sideways just so that you can see the whole entire thing. I think it's just, I don't know, at least you can see the whole thing. We're going to do aqua blue, French stock certificates with tickets. And we're going to do sets of 2. And these guys are going to be $12. $12 for the set of 2. And there's the go. So basically, you're getting 2 certificates for $12. You get tickets on both. I think all of them have the full set of tickets. They do. So we should all be good there with tickets. Now, the edges, like you can see, the edges are definitely worn. Some of them look pretty perfect, but some of them, there's a little bit of, chewed edge on them. These have just been sitting somewhere for 100 years. So there they are for aqua blue ones. Maybe somebody wants to translate that for us while we're waiting. Okay, So for the go, let me scroll up here and find the go. It's somewhere up here. There it is. There's the go. I need to get a sip of water. Okay. So for these, I this is just it's gonna a very long list. It's a very long list. And these are blue. And the first person in is Denise. And you can have as many of these as you want, if I didn't say that. And next is Cheryl. And then Melissa. And she wants 2 sets. Lori. If you guys put 2, that's 2 sets. So if you need to correct down below, please do that, and then make sure that you guys yell at me so that I make sure I fix that. So Melissa for 2, Lori for 2, Robin for 1, Allison for 1, Jerry for 1, Diana B for 2, and Pam. So if you guys want to go get a snack, I'm going to be just a minute. Pam Green for 1, Margaret for 1, Ria for 1, Amy for 1, and Cheryl for 1, Crafting with Purpose for 1, Julie for 1, Zelda for 1, and after Zelda we have Marcella for 2. After Marcella we have Jody and Carrie, Melissa Sears. Hello Melissa and welcome. Make sure new buyers send me their information, please. The instructions for how to purchase are in the description box below the video. Melissa and Jennifer Miller. I can put up a graphic here in just a second too. Jennifer Miller, Rhonda, and Marikar, and Catherine. Are these the ones, Catherine? And Sarah. And Christelle for 3. And after Christelle, we have Tara and VB Designs, Marlene, Christine. Welcome, Christine. Cheryl, Denise. Oh, Denise, I've got you at the top of the list. Diana B, I've got you for 2. Marikar, I've got you. Lori H. Do I have Lori H? Lori H, thank you. Claudia B, thank you. Lori Haney for 2. 3 Blind, thank you. Sarah Lee, thank you. Terry Brown, Thank you. And Shauna. See, it's such a long list that I can't remember who I have and who I don't. Shauna and Allison. And Mrs. E. And okay, just one set. Tara, I've got you. You're on the list. One set of 2 for Lori. Let me correct that. Okay, just one set. And you're on there twice, so I crossed you out. Okay, we're good. Marlene Long. I'm pretty sure, yep, you're on here, Marlene. Sandra Robinson. Sandra, thank you. They were smaller. Yes, those little savings stamps, I didn't actually use them in clusters, but I also do not have them available for sale. Those ones in that bin are the ones that I use in my art, and I don't have them. Actually, I take that back. I do have them available for sale, but they're kind of different. I'll show them here in a second. Thank you, Annette. I appreciate that. Annette Navarro. I'm going to write you down right now just to make sure. Okay. So for new buyers, here's a little thing. This is the information that I need from you guys. For new buyers, there's what I need from you. I need your full name, your YouTube name, your full shipping address. If I leave my cup there, I know I will spill it. And this is a room full of paper, so cups are not a great idea in here. Okay, I have these. So this is what I need from you. This is kind of how the thing, works. That's kind of the same stuff. Then down here, that's what I do. That's how you're invoiced. There's that information. And this is how shipping works. It's very, very, very basic. Okay, back to comments. So for these, no, there we go. For these, we're going to do random because I'm not going to I'm not going to do them separately. I will tell you there's more of this peachy gold color than anything else, but there's still not as many as the blues by far. So they are the same pretty much. This one, see how it's missing one out of the bottom right here? But we're just going to do random singles, but these ones, because I don't have as many of them, I am going to change the price to reflect I have less of them available. So for these, we're going to do French stock certificate singles, random color, and we're going to bump it up to, let's do 9 for these, and there's the go for those. And I know it is more than the last ones were, but I don't have very many of them. So if you want to add, you're adding one of these to your teal one, you can do that. On the green ones, I just have I don't know, 15, maybe 12. On the peach colored ones, there probably is 30 of them here. And then there really only is 7 or so of these ones. But the peach and the green ones are pretty much the same. And then there's those. And these ones, they have nice numbered little tickets. Really nice numbered little tickets. Sorry about the autofocus. It is turned off, but the streaming software just turns it back on. So here's what it is. I fought it and I've just given up. I've given up the battle of fighting it. I did fix the lighting in here though. So one step at a time. We have all brand new lighting in here. We have new cameras. We're getting there step by step. Okay. And I was trying to make it a little bit lesser of a list too. Because I was like, these things, they're just going to take hours to do. I thought about putting them in like a pack, like just, would have been nice if we could do one of every color, but I don't have that many of them. So that was my first thought when I was trying to make the list shorter, is just to put them in a pack where everyone would get one of each color. And then I counted them out and I'm like, no, there's only a couple of this, there's less of that. So this is the best way I could come up with doing it. Hopefully you guys are in agreement. So these are various colors, random colors. And the first person I have in is Marcella. And then Jody. Thank you guys for playing along today with me and my Paris flea market finds. Diana B for 2. And I will try, if you get more than one, to give you multiple different colors as much as I can with what I have here. Cheryl Emery, Cheryl E, and then Cheryl W. And then Catherine. And Catherine, remind me right when I'm done to pull out those other stamps for you. Catherine would like 3. Denise G for 2. Melissa Sears. And Zelda for 2. And Christelle for 3. And Annette. N. Maricar. Maricar would like 2. And then let me make a note of the maps. Maps times 4, right? Yes. I don't know if I skipped it or what, but I have a sticky note for you right now and I will stick it to that list. Sarah is next. Sarah W, and then Terry B. And they're random, Terry, so you'll just get whatever color. I have most of the peachy color. Let me know if that's not okay with you. And they're just random, guys. There's no choosing. Mrs. E for 1. If anyone needs to do a correction, let me know. All the invoices were sent for last week, with the exception of, there are some people that I don't have kits for just yet. I'm waiting on one thing that is supposed to be delivered here in a couple days so that I can finish out those kits. So if all you purchased was a kit, I might have your information. But just to be sure, send me your information again from last week if you haven't been invoiced yet. If you ordered anything in addition to or other than a kit, you didn't get an invoice because I don't have your information, or I can't connect your user ID on YouTube with who you actually are when you email me. So if you guys could send me emails again, put in the subject line who you really are on YouTube, then, or who you are on YouTube, that might help me find it. So I have Mrs. E, and then I have Carrie. There's like 6 people who requested a kit, and I am waiting on one thing for that kit. It should be here Thursday, I believe, and then your kits will go. I'll go ahead and send your invoice, but that way you can pay and it'll be ready to go, and then it'll ship on Friday. They're going priority mail too. So Carrie G is the last person I have. Kim, it's just random. So if you want one, then you can have one, but I can't give you a gold one because I don't know if you'll get a gold one. Do you know what I mean? It's just random. So let me know, Kim, if that means you want one or you don't want one, because you say gold and then you say they're random. Whole Atlas, not like that one. I don't have any more books. I do not have any more books like that one. I only had the one time. And then this one in pages. You want one. Okay, perfect, Kim. I just couldn't, because it said if you could get the gold, so I couldn't figure it out. Okay, we're good with these. We've done all the stock certificates we're going to do tonight. There are other ones, but we will save them for another night. Let me grab these pages and that. Okay, let's do some other things. We've done little bits of paper here for a while. Let's do some other things, and let me get those books. Those books of stamps. And this is for maps. And there's the maps, and there's the stock certificates. Okay. So these are what I have. And I'm going to pull all of them because I'm going to assume we're going to need all of them. Okay. So sometimes when you guys ask for things, if it's right here, I will grab it. Yes, I do, Christelle, have those. They're sitting behind me. They'll be in a couple of weeks though, Christelle. The number stamps that used to sit on my desk during the videos. Yes, I do have them for you guys. They're just not going to be tonight. I don't want to ship that kind of stuff with paper. Rag paper books, yes. You thought you got one last week, but didn't. Well, you may have. I don't know. But yes, there's rag paper books tonight. Folded French antique document beige for Shauna Haskins. Yes, I can, Shauna. Beige document Shauna. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we've got all those questions. So this is what I have. So they're not the sheets of them per se, but they're in the book. And a lot of times you can steam them off the pages. Sometimes you can't, but sometimes you can. Sometimes they're loose on there and they'll just peel off anyway. But so they're on a page. So you have a whole sheet right here and you have a whole sheet right here. But all of these books, this one has some old tape in it. All of these books are full, as far as I'm aware, of the saving stamps. And there's different kinds of covers. Like there's a cover that looks like this. And it's just got page after page of the sheets of stamps in it. So I don't know how many pages there are, but a few of them. This one is empty. This one is full. So I think we have all full ones. This one is a different kind. It's a top value. So instead of being the green S&H, it's a top value. We'll set that one to the side. We'll do it, but a little differently. So S&H is what we're going to do. We're going to do these books of green S&H green stamps. These have become much more popular in recent years. They probably sat for a very long time and nobody wanted them, and then all of a sudden everybody wanted them, probably because people were using them for ephemera and stuff like that. These are top value also, and I have one book that has nothing inside of it. So if you didn't know, this is what the books look like before you glue the little stickers in there, the little stamps in there. And it was just advertising and little tips and whatever. So let's do the full ones. So just so you guys can see. That's what they look like from the top. There's a number of pages, don't know how many, and they're full of stamps. I don't believe any of these have any open pages in them. If I had to guess how many pages, maybe 20, and they're double-sided. So anyway, we can do those. That's what you haven't seen them for 50 years. We can do those. This is all I have though. So like, it's probably not a lot. S&H green stamp, and these are American. If you wasn't sure, because I sell things from everywhere, so I just want to say these are American. S&H green stamp books, and we're gonna say these ones are full, And I'm going to do them for $15 each. Get your goes ready. Everybody got their goes or their me's ready? I have to get my go ready. You guys get your me's ready. Let me see how many we have. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. We have 16 of them, and that is every one that is here. There's the go. There are no rag paper page packs left. I will have them again in the future. I always have them, but I just need time to make them, and I don't have any more for this go around. I get myself into trouble when I promise to do things after the fact, and then it never fails. I just don't have time to do it. So while it seems like an easy thing, I could just pull you some pages, because I have to pull from 10 or 15 or 20 different books. It gets into kind of a thing. So I will bring more rag paper page packs in the future. Mrs. E was asking for a proxy. Sorry, Mrs. E, I missed that. Warm water. They might come off that way. I don't know. They probably would. Okay, so yay, Robin. Thank you. Super sweet. So that, guys, this is how proxy works. Mrs. E asked for a proxy, and Robin got one for her and for the proxy for Mrs. E. And so if you are thinking, well, I want a proxy, I want to help someone out, but I don't want to not be able to get it for myself. I didn't specify that, but yes, you can do that. That's the way proxy works. So just like this is the way proxy works. So just, if you want a proxy for something, call it out, and all these kind people in here will proxy. So, they will try to help you. So we've got Robin and Mrs. E, and then we have Melissa. And then we have Diana B. And she was also kind to proxy. And Christelle was kind to proxy. Let's see, Jody. And Misty. And Catherine. I'm glad that Catherine got one since she was asking. Catherine. Okay, so let me count these out. Robin, Mrs. E, Melissa, Diana, Christelle, Jody, Misty. Dang it, they were sticking together here. Misty and Catherine. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. That's right. Okay. So the mail person is here to pick up your packages. You guys are going to have to hang tight for a second while I go deal with that. Unfortunately, they come when they come. So I'll be right back. Okay. So that just happened. So when I schedule a mail pickup, I usually don't schedule it on Tuesday. However, yesterday was a holiday, so we had to schedule it for today. And there were so many packages, it took a little bit of time. I appreciate you guys being patient and waiting while I do that. I was important to ship all of your stuff. So I'm glad that it's all on its way. All right. So I was at Catherine. I got Catherine. Then after Catherine, Shauna. Okay, let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay. After Shauna. And I'm just going to limit it to one. That way more people can get them. Julie. And after Julie, Melissa. And there's Melissa's. And after Melissa is Christine. Sorry about that. I hate having to like mute my life. Lee. Hello, Lee. Lee. Lee will get one, and Anne will get one. And after Anne, Sherry will get one, or Cherie, and Cherie R. And then after that, Marcella. And then I have one other kind of these books. Marcella T. Okay. So I don't have any more of those, which, you know, that's okay, because we have these other ones. And sometimes when you let things go, that just makes space for new things to come into your life. So maybe I'll find something else cool that's in the stamp realm. So I have just this one of these. It's a top value stamp book. The stamps are yellow inside. If you got one of the first ones, you're still eligible to get this one. I'm not limiting that way. Maybe you want one green and one yellow one. I'm imagining many of you want that. So that one over there, I'm just going to list him. I'm going to list him as A. And I usually don't put the A's in the B's, but anyway, there's the A's. He's A. I don't know where my B is, but somewhere over here is my B. Oh my gosh, I try so hard to do such a good job for you guys. Okay, B. Last time my allergies were going crazy and I had tech difficulties in the beginning. This time the mailman came. Normally it is calm here, I promise you. So we have B. So instead of doing the 50 individual ones, they have these stamps that are worth 50 stamps in it. They have some individual ones, but it looks like most of them are the bigger denomination of stamps there in that one particular book. In this book, it's all individuals. It's not completely full, and this is a big value. But in that book, it's that way. And then in this book, it's a mix of high value stamps and individual stamps. And in this book, it's a mixture. So that's what we have for A's and B's. These ones are top value. I don't remember top value at all. I don't know where top value came from. I don't know its story, but I'm assuming they were something like S&H green stamps. We're going to type these in. Let me go down here to your comments. I apologize for everybody that missed out. Hello, Rebecca. Liberal, you are doing it correct as long as you set your information over in an email. Hopefully you emailed me your actual information, your name, address, etc. I did have to get the door because the mailman came to pick up all of your packages from last week. Thank you, Jennifer. Oh my gosh, I'm trying so hard to get it all done. It is 6 o'clock here, and I feel bad for them because it's really cold out there. It's like 30 something degrees, which for us is very cold. But they have to come when they have to come, and today it was at 6 o'clock, which, yes, poor postman, because it's cold and it's late and they're missing their dinner. Okay, I think we did it. We got them all. I don't know. There's a lot of comments, but I don't see much in. Marikar, she just missed out. We don't have that many of them. Yeah, there were a lot of people that came in for the SNH that I don't have one for. Okay, so for these, I'm going to A and B them. So when you come in, let me know if you want A or B. There's only one A and there's only 4 Bs. So we're going to do the same thing for these. We're going to do $15 per book. What should I call them? Top value? Top value stamp books. They're 15. There's the go for them. And I'm just going to sticky these. It'll be easier. So, whoopsie, it jumped. There they are. Okay, Mrs. E is being proxied by Jerry. Jerry for Mrs. E. Rhea for Mrs. E. Wendy for Mrs. E. So Mrs. E is going to get 1. Sarah says 1. Sarah Lee. We're going to give Mrs. E that one. She came in first. Then Sarah Lee. And then after Sarah Lee, we've got Robin. But Robin wanted A. A's gone. Mrs. E. Marikar does not care. She says any. When I have multiple choice and you just want one and you don't care which one it is, any works just fine. Diana B. Thank you. And after Diana B, the last one I have is Catherine. Okay, so we did those. Let's do some books. Let's go in a different direction. Let me put these little books away. I have one. Does anyone want this one? We did these a long time ago, and for whatever reason, there was one left. But this is a blank book. There are no stamps in here. If somebody wants that guy, I'll type him in. Let me put these books away. Well, that was an unplanned detour, but I'm glad we did it. Okay. I'm just going to type it in. There are no rag paper packs left, Kieran. None left. I don't have any of anything left at this point that I'm aware of. There might be some beige documents or something like that, but so I'm going to type in this one. He's going in now. He's a blank or empty. I guess empty would work better. Oh my gosh. Nope. Let's try that again. Empty S and H book. And I'm just going to do him for like $8. And he goes to the very first person who comes in. And the first person is Melissa. Melissa. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So we're good there. Let me stick this with the beige documents. Get set up for books. Okay, books tonight. They are primarily going to be 1800s books. They'll be a mixture of rag paper and non-rag paper, so I will try to tell you which ones are rag paper and which ones are not rag paper. We'll see how it goes. That way we may have to do something where it could be rag paper or it could not be rag paper. Let's just give it a shot and see how it goes. So we have this bin. I have 3 of these. 3 of those. 4, 5. 4 of those. 2 of those or 3 of those. Let's see what else I have. Okay. Let's do these for now. These for now. So I have 3 that look like this. They are marble cover books. And I have 4 that look like this, and they are marble cover books. So let's look at one set at a time, and I'll put them out. So you can see these ones, you know, one of them is obviously thicker than the other 3. They all have nice marble covers. So if we're buying these, we're buying them definitely for the covers. They're gorgeous covers. They have glare all over them, but if I tilt them for you guys, they're beautiful. Perfect nature journal, whatever kind of books. Inside you have the same marble paper that you have on the outside. That's what you have here. There's some book crumbs. These books are in German. They're German books printed in 1896. I didn't know they were German books, but they're German books printed in 1896. They do not have rag paper. They just have nice paper. I mean, it's a thinner paper, but it's definitely good for using in junk journals. And it's printed in German, so your text is all that lovely German font. So it's nice to have books that are in German, nice to have books that are in French. One of my favorite books that I always take pages out of is in German, and it's hiding over here. This is one of my favorite ones, and it's in German. And I always take, that's all I have left of it, because I've taken all the pages out. But, so, had I known these were over there, but there's 4 of these ones. So A is going to be random, one of these 4 books. That's A. B, and they're not rag paper. I guess I should do it like this. Maybe I'm trying to get them out of the glare for you, but it's really hard. Let's just push them off to the side for now. So you know A is that. B, I only have 3 of these that I'm aware of. There might be more in the bin, but from what I can see, there's 3. You can see the spines coming off. They're definitely, you know, this one's got a little bit of book page stuck to it. I'm pretty sure you could peel it off, but it's stuck on there. Like, I don't want to peel it all the way, but there we go. If you maybe get it a little bit wet, the rest of that might come off, but they're marble cover. It's kind of like pebbly marble cover. His spine is loose there. Inside you have marble paper. And these ones are printed in Paris in 1866. And so they're lovely, lovely paper. It's a mixture of rag paper. It's not full rag paper. I'm not going to call it full rag paper, but it is very nice and very close to rag paper. It probably has some rag fiber content in the paper, but it's probably not full rag paper, especially because it's printed in 1866. But there's the books. They're just lovely paper books, but you also get that marble cover that you can turn into a junk journal. The size on these ones is, the A ones are 7¼ by 4½. The B ones are just slightly over that. Yeah, just slightly bigger than the A ones. So there's my A's, there's my B's. We're going to put these books in. I understand, Shelley. We can fold one. I don't think that they will. Let me just fold a random one. Whoever's book this is, I do apologize, but there's really only one way to tell. I do not believe it will crack. This one definitely will not. This one, it's tanned. It's definitely tanned. It's not flaking or anything like that. And this one is going to crack on you. I felt it crack as soon as I did it, and it just tore right there. So this one is cracky. So most of us are probably going to be fine using this in a signature, because when you put it in a signature, you'd reinforce down the signature, the sign anyway. I don't usually put book pages in a journal that are antique book pages without putting reinforcement down the center of it. So I think they'd be fine to use in the journal that way. That one cracked a little bit up there at the top. They are peeling a little bit at the top. They're dry. So there's those. You could definitely use it for how I use mine, where I tear the page and put it, onto something to decorate it. I think for German book pages with that font, I would probably still pick these up. Just know that they are not quite the same paper as the B ones. They're prettier, but just different. Definitely, you'll use these for collaging, for decorating all the day. But if you wanted to use it in a signature, I still think I probably would. I would just definitely put that tape down the spine of it, the center of it. And just know that, if a little flakes off, it flakes off. It's not really doing it on the side edge, but it was doing it up there at the top. And I think it's just because it's been exposed more up there at the top. So anyway, that's the A's and the B's. And we're going to do them. Okay. I'm not going to call them French books because one is German. So we're just going to do antique books. And these guys, we're going to do them at 45. And you got to say A or B. So you can say A or B, or you can say one of each, or you can say whatever you want to say there. But there they are. And so Robin was in first, and she says Karen, either one. Okay, let me find out which Karen it is. Karen L. Thank you. Karen L. Okay, so thank you, Robin. Jerry would like an A. Thank you, Jerry. There's that one. And then Marcella would like a B. There's Marcella. And then after Marcella, we've got Sarah for a B. Thank you. And then after Sarah, we have Diana B for an A. And then after Diana B, I've got Tara B for a B, the last B. And then I've got Carol and then Karen. Carol Vaughn. And Karen L will get this one. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so that was those books. Let's see if I can find some more that are similar like that. And for everyone else who missed out, I do apologize. I have bins and bins of books, I promise you. We could sit here and do books for the rest of the night and not get through all of my books. I have books for days. It's okay. So let's pull out some more marble cover ones. There's two of these. This might have been one from the last round. I think we're just going to pull random marble cover books. Try to keep the size the same. Let's see what this guy is. Okay, so I've got a red one. These ones, their covers are coming loose. I've got all of these. We'll kind of go through them. Let me pull out some more. But these ones, these skinnier. This one. This one. Okay. There's some more marble covers. Thank you guys for helping out in chat too. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's look at this pile of marble cover ones. I'm going to go through them very quickly and just kind of get an overview because I don't know either until I open it up. This one is printed in Paris in 1860. It has that mixture of rag paper and non-rag paper. This one, the cover is off of. You get both covers, which honestly, the fact that it's already off is just easier because you're going to have to take it off anyway to use it, really. The spines, for the most part, on antique books, you can't really save them. You could try, but most of the time you're not going to be successful. So anyway, the cover is off of this one. You could use the covers either way. They have nice marble paper on either side. But anyway, that's that one. He's got a marble book block, and he is a mixture of rag and non-rag, and he's printed in Paris, and I don't know when. I'm going to say like late 1800s for this guy. We're just going to do quick. Then another one that's very similar to that one. He has a little bit of ephemera in him. Somebody made a note right there. And it's the same kind of a book. So we're going to do random, but let me just go through them and make sure. That one's got really nice marble paper. This one is not rag paper. Maybe I'll make a pile that's not rag. It's got partial rag in it. If I find a bad one that has like zero good paper, I would let you guys know. This one's cover is kind of hanging on the front, but off in the back. I have nicer ones, but they're buried right now. So let's just do these and let's discount them a little bit because they're a little bit shabbier. Printed in Paris. Does not have a date. Somewhere late 1800s. Here's one that's just the same as that one. I don't know where his back is. I'll have to find his back for you guys. It's somewhere in my bin. See how the marble book block is marbled also to match that inside paper? It's kind of nice. This one's got a couple damaged pages up here in the corner. 1882 is the print date for these. So there's that one. So you're getting covers and you're getting paper. This guy, marble paper. Paris in 1889. So far, all of those ones have a mixture. This one has rag paper. This is full rag paper. Paris in 1809. So you see, it's an earlier book. It's not quite as pretty on the outside necessarily, but it has actual nice rag paper inside. So there's that one. We'll put him over there. There's this one. Printed in Paris in 1866. This is definitely not rag paper. It's nice paper. I don't think it's going to crack on you or anything like that. It's not. It'll be good. Then there's this one. This one has an advertisement in the front of it. I don't know when it was printed. Earlier. I'm going to put it over there with the other one because it's rag paper. There's that one. There's this one. Printed in Paris in 1845. It's a mixture of rag paper and not rag paper. Some spotting in here and then perfect pages. There's this one here. It's a mixture again. It's got marbled book block. And it's printed in Paris. Don't know when exactly, but it's nice paper. Okay, so here's what we have. I have these two right here that are rag paper. That's your B pile. If you want one that's definitely rag paper, B is your thing. If you want one that's part rag paper, a little shabby, but part rag paper, your A section, okay? A section has all those other ones in it. I don't really know how to show you them. You can see they've got some wear on them. For sure. The A pile has some wear. This one's losing its spine, etc. But we're mostly in it for those cover boards and the book pages. So I'm going to type these in. I will discount the A pile. Good night. Good night, Jacqueline. Wenwei, I'm sorry. We're trying. There just is a lot of people and it is hard. The size of these books, so the B's are slightly smaller, but the A's are the same size roughly as the last ones. They're 4.5 by 7.25. The B is 7 inches by 4 inches. So just about the same as the last ones. Okay, I'm going to type these in. So we just need to make sure that we are watching the promoting. You're really not supposed to be mentioning any company, business, anybody, anything in the live chat. Yeah, that's why we don't need to get into all of that. It just creates more questions. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do the A's and the B's of these books. So the A's I'm going to do, we did 45 on the last ones. They were a little nicer condition. Let me do the A's in this round for 38. So these are antique books. They're from France. All of those ones I believe were French. And so the A's are going to be $38. I need to fix something that just happened. My moderator is taking care of something. So hang on just one second while I fix that. Let me get this in and then I'll fix it. A are 38. They're French. B's, sorry, losing my train of thought. B's are going to be, we'll do those ones we'll do them for 45. So there's the A's for 38, the B's for 45. Let me fix the mod thing here for just one second. Hang on. Soldier Mom, hang on just one second. Let me fix something for you. Let me find it. I don't see it. Well, Soldier Mom, we had a little issue with the rules, so just hang tight while I fix it for you. Okay, moving on for the books. There we go. And so we've got Wendy proxying. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. Wenwei would like a B. And so Wenwei, I know you are new to me. If you would just send that email over with your information, I would appreciate it. And thank you for proxying, guys. And thank you for helping out and chat with questions and all that kind of stuff. Soldier Mom, I will fix it for you. Just give me 1 second to get to it and find you. The next person I have is Allison for a B. Allison Reinbold for a B. There we go. Okay. That took care of B's. We have no B's left. So Marcel, I don't have any. Kendall don't have any. Marakar says or any. So Marakar will get one for 38. Kinda. There's Marakar. And then Deborah, I don't have a B. Shauna would like 2 A's. Shauna would like 2. Thank you, Shauna. Appreciate it. We'll get you 2 different ones. There we go. And then after Shauna, we've got, sorry, Allison, I don't know why I left you up there. Sorry, Shauna. We've got Christine for a B. Don't have any. Wenwei, we got proxy for you, so you did get one this time. Cheryl, I don't have it, but Helen, I do. Helen would like one. Thank you, Helen. And hello. There we go. And then after Helen, we've got Kim and Zelda and Sherry. Amy is next. Amy. And she wants an A. And after Amy, Denise, you're here. I see you. Marcella wanted a B. Ria got one way. Tara, Christelle, you're okay. It's all right. It's hard. There's a lot of reasons for a lot of things. Thank you, Wenway. I appreciate that. Christine Joyce, I don't understand why I was second in chat for a B book, but you skipped over me. Because your device will show you up higher in the chat than you actually are. I'm using streaming software that pulls over all of the comments from YouTube, timestamps them, rearranges them in the correct order, and puts them here for me to call out in the correct order. You guys are in YouTube. You cannot, your device will show you up near the top every single time. But if Wendy was looking at her device, she would see it in a different order than Christine would see it, or Wenway or Christelle. You guys will all see different orders because your device is showing not in time-stamped order. The streaming software that I use timestamps them. And you also want to make sure that you are in live chat instead of top chat. If you go to the top of the chat box, just make sure that you are in live chat. So I think we're all good with these books. I still have five of the A's left. If anyone wants an A, there are 5 left. Let me try to fix this for Soldier Mom. I don't see what happened here. Oh, there you are, Soldier. Soldier, you did not get an A. No, you did not. I do not. Okay, so let me go up to the top where I said that. You're testing and I see you now. So you're fixed. Not on live chat. Yep. Sometimes it defaults to top chat. You guys want to all make sure that you're in live chat every time. Because top chat doesn't show you the whole comments, like the whole bunch of them. It just shows you what YouTube wants you to see, I guess. Okay. So I see Sherry says she wants one. So Sherry's going to get one. Sherry H. And after Sherry, we have it doesn't quite work that way. It's not filtering out spam. Sometimes it filters out my goes. Jenny would like one. So you definitely want to make sure that you are in live chat. Jenny. And then after Jenny, we've got Denise. Denise G. After Denise, we've got did you want an A? Yes, you do. Okay. And you were moderated if you read between the lines there. You were moderated. Okay. So there we go for Soldier Mom. And actually you were put in a timeout because you were saying something. So we can talk about it later. But I only have one A left. And it actually isn't the first time. So I just will remind you to maybe review the rules. You again, Shauna? Perfect. Thank you. And you have to bear with me as I try to do and juggle 10 things at once. And I honestly do the best that I can. And I appreciate you guys all hanging in there with me. We've had the doorbell. We've had lots of different things tonight. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on. It's all okay. It's all okay. Sometimes the moderator, it's just easier to do that than message me and ask me about it and stuff like that. So sometimes it's okay. It's all worked out. Let's go ahead and move on to these books. I know, before we do books, let's do this. It's sitting here and it's in the way of the book, so let's just do this. This is, yeah, but we should not be talking about that. We should not be mentioning that. That's a question that if I feel like I want to answer, then I will, but I don't feel like we in chat should be mentioning all of that kind of stuff. So these are ledger pages. They're French ledger pages that I've pulled out of ledger books already. I do have some whole ledgers that I'm going to show you here in just a few minutes, but these ones I've already taken pages out of. And so what I'm offering tonight is a random ledger page pack. So it's going to be varied in size. Like you can see, some of them are really big and some of them are very small, like not very small, but this is almost an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. So some are quite big. Some are, smaller. Some will be blank. Some will have writing all the way up and down. Some will have writing only in a little bit, like this one right here. He only has writing at the top portion of it. So it's got beautiful headers and stuff. It's gorgeous, but the backside is blank. It just doesn't have very much writing on it. And you're getting all these book crumbs all over. But just know that there's not book crumbs on your ledger pages. But there is right now. So anyway, for these super big ones, if you're like, well, what would I ever do with a page that's like that big? How I use these ones is I cut them in half to start with. And then from there, I will cut it in half again. So the big one, you're really getting like 4 pages. It's 4 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. So anyway, super big. You have, and they're just random. So you're not going to get every single page that I'm showing you. It's just like showing you what kind of pages I have, because I have a gigantic bin of ledger pages that I have taken out of books already. Sometimes it's just going to be a single page, like this guy's a single page, the big one in the back. Sometimes you might get a folio where they're still connected over here on this side. This one is actually really beautiful too. So sometimes they have different kinds of little boxes and headers in them. This one is a folio from the Bank of France ledger. If you guys remember that big green ledger that I've had for several years, it had 800 or 1,000 pages or something in it. So anyway, I've got some Bank of France ones. And look at the different handwritings there are too. Like, that's kind of interesting. There's this one where the handwriting is super, super fine and beautiful. So they're just random ledger pages, and I'm going to offer it in 2 sizes. This is a different one that we have. I have this one with pink lines also. So this one is the blue line. I have it with pink. I've got ones that look like this. And most of them will have a lot of writing on them, because that's generally the ones that I buy or try to buy. Here's another one where it's got full of writing. You'll have some headers and many pages without headers. I don't have very many headers as much as I do regular pages. This one is one of my favorite ones. We don't see it very often. And then there's these ones. So just random French ledger pages. I actually don't have any more of those, but that's in there. This is half of the one in the back, but you're going to get a full page. Just random French ledger pages. This one has this handwriting. You'll get some blank ones. Blank ones are awesome for scanning and then printing on the back of your digitals that you print out, so that you don't like have a blank white page. You could still write on this. So if you get a blank one, my advice would be to scan it before you do anything with it. That way it's in your computer and you can just print it out over and over and over again. And it's just writing space, for the journaler. Then there's ones that look like that. And then there's smaller ones like this. So random French ledger pages. There's many other ones that I'm not showing, but this is a good, like, I just went and pulled one by one, and then I had a big pile of them in the front that had been sitting there. So this is a good kind of example of what French ledger pages look like. So I'm going to do them in a pack of 10 or a pack of 20. The pack of 20 will be more folios. The pack of 10 is probably a mixture between singles and folios. But if folios are more important to you, get the B pack, the pack of 20. So pack A has 10 pages in it. Random, some folios, some single pages. Pack B will have random, some folios, some single pages, but more folios than pack A, if that makes sense. Pack A, 10 pages, pack B, 20 pages. And let me get this typed in. French ledger page pack. A has 10 page, I should say 10 sheets, because it's really sheets, not pages. They're double sheets. Like, how should I say this? They're double pages. So in ledgers, they count one page for one side and they count one page for the other side. I just want you guys to know it's sheets. You're getting 10 pieces of paper or 20 pieces of paper. Okay? French ledger page pack A is 10 sheets for, let's do it for 45. And B, if you want more ledger, is 20 sheets. And we will do it for 90. There's the go. And so these ones I will have to pull and build for you guys. And I will make sure I give you a variety of what I have. And I have many more than this. But I'll make sure I give you guys a variety. And I will make sure I give you a variety of sizes, variety of styles, like some of the ones with the header like this, some of the ones that have just beautiful handwriting, all of that kind of stuff. So, and just the other thing is these ship folded. They have to ship folded because this page, this gigantic one, he's huge. He measures 14 inches by 20 and a half inches. 14 by 20 and a half. So I'm going to need to fold him. When I fold it, I'm not going to hard crease it. Like there's book crumbs all over the back of this. I'm not going to hard crease it right here, but I am going to fold it over like that, if that makes sense. And then I need to wipe off my desk because I got book crumbs everywhere. Book crumbs are a hazard of my job, I guess. So I'm going to do A and B, and we're going to do 45 or 90. First person in is Cheryl Emery. Cheryl E. And she says A. Then we have Karen. Karen S.H. And Barb, if you're watching, this is all your fault. Karen S.H. And she wants the B. Marcella wants one of each. Wants A plus B. Shauna wants A. I said it's all her fault because over the weekend, or maybe it was yesterday, she was asking me for ledger pages. So I was like, well, I probably need to make some packs out of ledger pages. So A and B for Marcella, Shauna for A, Rebecca for A, Rebecca S for A, Kendall for B, and Sherry for A. And then after Sherry, we have Zelda for A. And we have Kim P for A. We have Christine Joyce. Christine, I just need to know which one you want, A or B. It's there on the screen for you, Christine, A or B. And then Deborah or Deborah. Am I saying your name wrong all the time? Deborah? Probably. Sorry. And she wants A. Oh, Christine is saying A. Perfect, Christine. Sorry. A folio is 2 sheets. Yep, 2 sheets. You're always glad to help. Just plain Cherie or Sherry? Sherry. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, we did those. Now I can get to the books underneath of them. All right. So, books underneath. Let's take a peek at them. Some of them we'll be seeing for the first time together. Okay. Let me see what this is before I put it up here on the table. Okay. So this is a new one. All of these that I'm showing you tonight will be new if you've been here with me for a little while. These ones just came. Good night, Kim. Deborah or Deborah. See, I don't know. Deborah. I think we're going to say it's Deborah and Sherry. Okay, so this is a French ledger. It has a black cloth cover. Somebody has put on a new spine because it started to come undone and it needs another one already. That's what it looks like. I'm going to measure it for you. It doesn't look very appealing on the front of it. It's just plain 14 inches by 9 inches. 14 by 9. Deborah, okay. And it has a little inscription here in the front, and it looks like it was started the 30th of January, maybe 1890. We'll have to look and see. Okay, well, it says it's the year 1884. So it's a French ledger, and it's full of handwriting. I'm going to scoot it up so you can see a little bit more of it. It's from 1884. Sorry about the autofocus. Let me check and make sure that is turned off. It is. It's lovely. It's always being my friend, my best friend there. So anyway, it's all full, but you'll notice that the entries are some of them, most of them crossed out. That's very common. It has ephemera tucked in it here or there. Not every entry is crossed out. This is a blotter. It's an advertisement that they've turned into a blotter, or it is a blotter. And then we've got some other ephemera that I found just a second ago. Little sheet stuck in here, some kind of form. A little bit. Here's a page a day calendar, couple pages. There's, I don't know, 5 or 6 there. Here's some more page a day calendars. These by themselves are actually very sought after. Very sought after. Here's some more little blotter and a letter in there. There's more ephemera here. See, I've never opened this one up either, so I have to see it for the first time with you guys. There's some more ephemera. So the whole book looks like it is full. Little advertisement for some kind of cherries or berries or prunes. I don't know. Some more little ephemera here or there. But the book starts in 1880. It goes to 1891. Goes to 1891. It doesn't have numbered pages, but it's probably somewhere around 300 to 500 pages. The pages are pretty good condition, like they're sturdy and all of that kind of stuff. It does have beautiful handwriting. I'll hold it up for you. Beautiful handwriting. Even the crossed out entry pages, they're not messily crossed out for the most part. I mean, they're not like where they just scribbled all over it. So this is this ledger. And so if you want a whole French ledger, this is an option. I have several other options for you tonight as well. But this one, we're going to put him in. I'll leave it on that page. He's definitely crossed out. The whole book. These ledgers are the whole ledgers. Okay. So this one, I'm going to say antique French ledger. And let's do him. Let's assume he has, even if I assume he has 300 pages, which he probably has between 3 and 5. So let's just say he's got 300 pages. I'm going to do him for 600 if somebody wants him. So if you want a whole French ledger that you can just have page after page after page to play with in your journals, you also get whatever little bits are in there. That's this one. Their handwriting actually is really nice, and it is from the 1880s. Most of the ones we're finding now are later. They're well into the 1900s. But there's this one. So I'm going to number him, and if you rewatch this later and you are interested in purchasing him, he will be book 1. So you'll have to tell me, you know, the date of the sale, and you'll have to tell me book 1, and I'll put him priced on the shelf so that if you come in later, then I'll know which one you're talking about. So that's book 1 for $600. Okay, moving on. There's actually 2 of these. 2 of these. They have little partial labels. They have kind of some suede on their spine. That's what it looks like. Like I said, there's 2 that kind of look similar. This guy is about the same. He's 9 1/4 by 14 1/2. About the same height. Let me see. He just has purple marble. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, there it is. The purple marble paper. Purple marble paper. Okay, Kendall. You're saying me. What do you say me for? Purple marble paper on the end paper. He's got a ledger label here. Opens up like this. Ooh, this one has beautiful handwriting. These are beautiful pages. Nice large stenciled page numbers too. So this guy has a little bit of ephemera back there. That's probably the business that once owned this ledger. It looks like it was for, it says special treatment. It's fabric, taffetas, cotton. It's a fabric kind of a place, business. It looks like it starts in 1910 on this letterhead. So back here in the back, you've got some information written there. You got a little legal document pinned in here, and it goes to 300 pages. Some entries crossed out. Some crossed. Some more ephemera. Purple ink, black ink. Beautiful, beautiful handwriting in this one. You got a little vellum prayer card. It's a hand-painted vellum prayer card. Tucked in there. That's probably a funeral type card or something. Little ephemera pinned here or there. A lot of this stuff in the front is perfect, not crossed out at all. More ephemera. This is another court document page. A nice blank court document page. So there's this guy. You got a little bit of business card in here. A little letter in here. There's a little invoice. All kinds of things tucked in. So this guy was 300 pages. Let's do him. Kendall. Book 1. Okay. Thank you, Kendall. I'm writing your name on it right now. Thank you, Kendall. Kendall is going to eventually have as many ledgers as I have. Maybe. Kendall, thank you. She's creating a collection of her own. So this guy, this is book 2. Okay, this is book 2. So this is an antique French ledger. He's whole and he's got 300 pages, and we're going to do him for $750. It's a different kind of paper. It's a different kind of style. It does start a little bit later than the other one, but it's just a different style. So we're going to do it for $750. There's the go for that one. If you are looking for a beautiful French ledger and you want one that has, you know, lots of beautiful, beautiful, nice, clean pages, but you also want some that has a little bit of fun back here in the back, There's some pages that have quite a bit of crossing like that back here in the back. Not all, but this one does have quite a bit of nice ephemera in it too. There was the prayer card. There's some purple ink. So that's that one. The sky is beautiful. It's a little bit better quality paper to like thicker, nice paper. And I'll hold it up so that you guys can see. Look at the page number stencils though. These ones are extra large. Most of them are smaller than that. So that's kind of what this one looks like. And then for a grungier, you'll see the purple ink. And there's the purple ink. So there's that one. We're going to label it number 2, book 2. So if somebody comes in later, this is book 2. I have one that is almost identical to it. Number 2, and he was $7.50. I do understand, you know, it's an investment, but I don't pick these up for cheap either. You need a stencil? I know. I heard. Okay, let me peek and see. This one is the one that's similar to the other one. He's nearly identical, so I don't think we need to do him. Because I have 2 that are basically like book 2. There's this guy. This guy is smaller. I don't really know what he is yet. We'll have to find out together. Jody, in a couple of weeks, we will do those stencils. In a couple weeks. I have a show planned for that kind of stuff. We'll do it in a couple weeks. So this guy has a black cloth cover, but he's got paint all over him. Like maybe this was some kind of artist's journal or ledger or something to do with paint. I'm not sure. 7 3/4 by 12 1/4. 7 3/4 by 12 1/4. We've got this beautiful label up here at the top. Beautiful marble paper. You've got this little book here. Ooh, I think I do remember what this is. You've got this little book here, and this is like a little sample book. It has samples of different kinds of materials in this book. See, different paint samples. It's like a swatch book, and they're talking about their favorite swatches. I don't know. But I did look at this one earlier, and it did have the paint little swatch things in there. And then it has this. This is all hand done. The painty one is cool. So it's art. Clearly it's talking about art here. Maybe masonry, bridge building. I'm not sure. It could just be design. They could just be working on design. But it is 300 pages. Some blank pages back here in the back. Most of the book is blank. And the rest of the book was used more of a diary, I think. Because it's not ledger. This is all paint splashes. Can you guys see? There's like actual paint splashes all over this book. It's more of a diary. So the first 100 pages are written on, and it's more of a diary kind of a book. It could be some kind of school book or design book or something. I'm sure if you translate that, you'll figure it out, but interesting. It's got a directory at the top. It's got marble page edges there. And these are your blank pages, and it's really nice paper. So this guy, he's got a story to tell. It's for you to figure out, but he has a story to tell. There he is. He's book number 3. Good night, Susan. I guess I should open it up so you guys have something to look at. He's book number 3. Let's do him for, he is an antique French ledger. I should just copy and paste these by now. French ledger, and I'm just going to say he's painty. And let's do him, I mean, he's mostly blank, but it is nice paper. So, and he does have this extra little notebook up here full of whatever that is. It says it's 48 pages. So let's do him. I'm going to just bargain price him at $350, and there he is. Like, that is honestly a steal because it has how many 300 pages? Yeah. 300 pages for 350 bucks. This is my bargain one of the night. And he really shouldn't be bargained because I don't know what he's talking about. It could be something important or I don't know. But look at these little watercolory effects he's got on his pages. Just from water. Those ones are kind of nice. Like here again. There's that one. I see somebody wanted him. So Kendall and Christelle both came in at the exact same time. So Kendall and Christelle, I don't care which one of you takes him home, but you guys fight it out. Or do you want me to call it? Because you actually have exactly the same timestamp. Showdown, I know. Christelle's got it. Kendall, thank you. You are a sweetheart. Don't worry, I have another pile down here. We're all good. So Christelle is going to take him home for $350. Okay. This guy is really cool. I love him. I don't know how you guys are going to feel about it, but I love him. I love this one. No Florentine paper tonight. Florentine paper is sold when I have a whole show of Florentine paper. It'll be a couple of weeks before I get into Florentine paper again. A couple weeks. And then I will do it the whole night long. So this guy has this gorgeous blue cover. I love all these little bits of math that are randomly written here. This lovely label. I'll hold it up close so you guys can get a good view of that. It's really cute. And then this cloth, this old like mattress ticking cloth that's on the spine. Like this is kind of what we would do to, you know, reinforce the spine of a journal. But it is like old mattress ticking cloth. That's the way it feels anyway. So anyway, there's this one. You can see he's got stuff sticking out of him like crazy. He's just jam-packed full of ephemera. Kendall, he's blue. Anyway, close your eyes, Kendall. Okay, so he opens up to this. I did not take anything out of him, obviously, but he has tons of ephemera in the front. Just like beautiful page after beautiful page. This is that blue paper that you do love, Kendall. And it's dated 1826. So a little ledger sheet with the letter. Dated 1826. Here's another little paper. This is super old, 1813. There's some random ledger pages here. Just random ledger pages. Some letters. Like there's a pile of this stuff. Like a big pile of super, super old. This is super old. I don't see a date, but it's definitely early 1800s. This is 1849. This is some kind of a notice, but just a big, big pile. Here's a whole ledger book with all the math. A whole ledger book, and this is early. When is this? 1856. A whole ledger book of pages. It's all full, 1856, and it's a fat one. Like a fat one with many pages. That one, this beautiful thing. More blue paper. Look at this blue paper with the math on it. This is robin's egg blue paper. These ones here, this is a 2-page document. More ephemera, blue ledger. These come to me just like this, and this is exactly the way that we buy them at the flea market in France, if we're lucky. Sometimes the people that sell them have already taken out all this ephemera because they know they can sell the ephemera for more, right? So all of these are super old. This is 1837. This is 1836. Some more notices. We're not even like into the ledger yet. See this pile right here? This is a pile, like a thick pile of papers. All very, very early fancy calligraphy. 1879 is the newest one I see there. More ledger page things, more piles of paperwork. I really should have looked in this one before I opened it, but it's beautiful. It has so much good stuff here. Oh my gosh. This one had a text stamp right there. Some purple ledger. All of these little notices. Some kind of a little receipt. More little receipts. It's awesome. There's just a ton. And then there's still more. Here's a legal document kind of a thing. Here's a whole bunch of ledger page things. Another ledger page thing. This is dated 1818. So we were very early 1800s for this, and this is a massive pile of papers. Can't even pick them up. Where are they? Okay, so this is where we've been so far. This is your ephemera for this one. It's a massive pile of ephemera. Like, they would probably charge me hundreds of euros for this pile of ephemera. So there it is. It's right there. Then we get into the ledger. The ledger is from 1830 to 1840. So a very early ledger as well. It is rag paper. For those of you that love rag paper ledgers, rag paper. I know there are a few of you that collect them. This one has lovely columns across the top, lovely math figures or numbers everywhere, and the whole book is like this. Very early, 1830 to 41. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And the cover is beautiful. So you guys, I'm in love with it. You know what that means. Be like a lot, but I'm in love with it. It is a great ledger. And I didn't want to take anything out. I didn't actually know it was in there, but I don't want to take anything out. Try to get it in to where it's not getting bent up. But so this is the guy. I mean, it just has everything. It has a great cover. It has all that ephemera. It has rag paper pages. It's super early. It's nicely written. The pages are beautiful. You cannot beat this ledger. Okay. Keep in mind, it has a ton of ephemera in there when you see the price tag. So this is an antique French ledger whole, and we're going to call this one 1, 2, 3, 4, number 4. And he is going to be a lot. He is going to be a lot. He is worth a lot. So I'm going to price him at 1,400 with all of the ephemera. So alone by himself without the ephemera, a big rag paper ledger like this from 1830 and 40, and the paper is the light robin's egg blue paper. I didn't tell you guys that part. The paper is the light robin's egg blue. So if I hold something white up to it, you'll probably be able to see it's the light robin's egg blue. The whole book. The whole book of paper. And so, you know how I love rag paper book pages? It is really beautiful. It's one that I'm actually going to have a little bit of nightmares over, Kindle. I told you, he is beautiful. I want to take your papers and put them in something so that they don't get bent up. He's fat. All right, there we go. Okay, so there he was. There's Kindle. Kendall, thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm not married. I am divorced, but I would not put up with that at all. I would not put up with that at all. I worked, I made my own money, and even if I didn't, if I wanted something, I'm going to have it, and that's not why I'm divorced, but you can read between the lines. I'm much happier now that I don't have to ask permission to buy something. Nobody likes that. So anyway, Kendall's got that beauty. Thank you, Kendall. You're going to like it when you get it. You're going to have ephemera. You're going to look at your ephemera like it was Christmas morning for days. Okay. I don't put up with stuff from that. Like, no. No men telling me anything, basically, at this point in my life, especially. All right, let's do this one. This one will not break the bank, I don't think. He doesn't look like he's going to break the bank. So he's got a very plain paper cover. It's a cardboardy, it's very sturdy, but it's a cardboardy cover. This is what this one looks like. It's beautiful. I'm just over that part of my life of being young and just, having a man tell me how things are. I've been single a long time now. I've raised 2 children all by myself. I have always done well for myself. Like, I'm not trying to brag, but like, I never needed a man and I don't need a man now. Like, I'm just over that part of just being young and thinking that that's the way things needed to be. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're going down a different road. Let's look at this beautiful ledger. He starts out like this, and look at this handwriting. Oh my gosh, focus. Look at this handwriting. It's beautiful. Okay, so he has a lot of pages in him. He's written on graph paper. So if I hold it up, it's like that beautiful French antique. Focus, focus, focus. That beautiful French antique graph paper. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but it's graph paper. It's got blank, 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 blank. Oop, now we're into writing. So if I section it out, this part up here is writing, this part is blank. Now for me, I love this blank antique graph paper. I'm definitely going to scan a page of this because I don't have a scan of this. So whoever buys this, I'm scanning your graph paper, just one page, and just so I can play with it. But it's just that right perfect shade and it's gorgeous. So anyway, sorry about the camera. You've got graph paper back there. For the writing part, you saw how beautiful it was in the beginning. I'm pretty sure it's that beautiful writing the whole entire way. It's written more like, well, it does have ledger and some paragraphs, some pages of writing. So if you want one that has a mixture of beautiful writing and a beautiful ledger, I think, and graph paper, this guy is for you. He doesn't have a very big, heavy cover, so if somebody is international, this one will also not be super expensive to ship. He probably will fit in your like a flat rate medium priority mailbox, but because he doesn't have a big cover, he's not heavy. So hopefully you guys are seeing it. I'll find a page and hold it up. So this is more like what the ledger part looks like. It looks like it's talking about something about women, clothing for women, infirmary for women, a chapel, food, some kind of list of expenses. And then there's paragraphs like this. The handwriting is beautiful though. So here's this guy. He does not have numbered pages, so I can't tell you. I know it's at least 200 numbered pages, but I can't accurately tell you definitively. That's what he looks like. Did I measure him? I don't think I did. He is 12 and a quarter by 8 and almost, we'll just call him 8.5. And the way that he's bound with string. See this pink string? This is like a 5-hole pamphlet stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes. He's a 6-hole pamphlet stitch. But that's him. He's pretty. Okay, let's do it. Oh, the paper? Absolutely. Yes. Let me try back here. And let me just try like a corner. Yes, absolutely no cracking. It's beautiful. So there's that one. We'll leave it open there. Okay, here he goes. French Antique Whole Ledger. And for this one I'm going to do for $330. And there he is. He's $330. Again, he has, so this section, how can I show you? This section right here is blank, but this section up here in the front is written on. Well, look at my terrible hangnails. It's winter and I'm in the desert where it is very dry. So that's that one. Okay, well, apparently several of you wanted him. I have a few more. So here's Christelle getting this one. She was in first before Shauna and Cheryl. Shauna and Cheryl, hang on, because I have some more. Okay. Christelle for $330. Thank you, Christelle. You're gonna love him, and I'm gonna love letting me scan that graph paper. I love it. Okay, next, I have two of these. They're similar, but they're not the same. Oh my gosh, camera, can you please stop? It's like super annoying to me. It refuses to focus right now. So, I don't know why it's glowing either, but it says this on this one, and it says this on this one. So they're both dark, like foresty green. They're almost the same size. I'm going to do two at once this time. 13 inches by 8.5 from the page size. 13 by 8.5. We're going to look at them together, but let's look at this one first. So it is beautiful. It's good condition. Obviously, it's got some wear. I don't know how old it is. 1891. Okay. I didn't expect it to be that old either, but it's 1891. And this one has unnumbered pages. It has a section of blank here. Blank and ephemera. So all of this is blank. All of this is blank. And it is beautiful, beautiful, aged, nice paper. You're going to be able to fold this paper without it cracking. Then we have the writing portion from 1891. And it's a detailed day-by-day, I don't know, diary for all intents and purposes. It has some ledger ephemera right here, kind of like that one that Kendall got was. It looks very similar to that. It's beautiful. So it's got like a ledger page. It's got like a couple little letters here, little notes. But it's day by day, entry by entry. So this is the 28th of February, the 10th of February, and armistice. I'm not sure. That's February. Just page after page after page. Here's the official signed, like you've paid your taxes kind of a seal, and it's dated 1892, and it starts in January. And it's got notes in different colors of ink, some black writing, some red writing, and some purple writing. Actually starts in December. Christmas Eve, 1891. So here's this one. Christmas Eve, 1891, with some ephemera, but he's mostly blank. Okay, with some ephemera. That's that one. Then there's this one. He's the same size. He's in good condition also. He's got book crumbs on him, but he's in good condition. He's got a really pretty little label right there. And He also does not have numbered pages. He also has gorgeous quality antique paper. And he's written to right here. So he's maybe 2/3 blank and 1/3 written on. He ends right here with this little signature on the 6th of December, 1889. So there's a little letter there, it looks like. These are all like letters. So it starts out here. It's dated the 16th of July, 1889. And all of these are little entries. They all have dates on them. I'll hold it up for you so that you can see. So they all have little dated entries and signatures. It says signed by this person. So interesting. So that's that. And it's all full of that for 1/3 of the book and then 2/3 empty, blank. So that's that guy. I don't know the story. They're both about the same. They both have about the same handwriting. We're going to do them A or B. I'll let you guys choose which one you want in case it matters. But they do have nice labels on the front too. And I don't know why my camera is all of a sudden like freaking out about these labels, making them glow in the dark. But it is. So let me go ahead and type these in. Antique French Full Ledger. These ones are green, A or B. And we're going to do these guys for, I'm going to do these ones for $2.95. These ones are a good deal for $2.95. They have awesome covers, awesome labels, awesome paper. Good night, Lee. Thank you so much for joining me. So these are $2.95. They're beautiful. You can choose A or B. You have a lot of beautiful antique paper in them. Lots of beautiful pages of handwriting too. This one was the one, A was the one with the dated little entries, and B was the one that had the little, like, I don't know, more of a diary thing from 1892. So these are both early too. And the age does matter when you're looking at ledgers because they're kind of priced that way. So this one is written more like half of the page and then half of the page. Do you know what I mean? So when you flip the page over, if you're doing a tall, skinny journal, this is what you want right here. Look at the way they fold. So all of your writing is on one page. You've got open space for someone to journal, but then on the back side of the page, writing there and open space for them to journal. That's exactly what you want for tall, skinny journals. Document journals. I see Cheryl picking up the A. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate that. Cheryl E will pick up that A one. And I see Christelle picking up the B one. Thank you, Christelle. Now, Christelle, are you going to make journals out of it? I'm curious now. You don't have to say, but I just was curious. Thank you, guys. They are beautiful books. You will like them. A and B. One last look at your beauties before they go off. I don't know what is up with my camera. It's like glowing in the dark. Why? It's the green. It's too dark for it. But that's yours. And this is yours. They're beautiful. Both from the 1800s. Okay, moving on. I pulled you guys all my small little ones that just came in. There's this one. It's just that super dark green cover throwing off my cameras. This one. It's a black cloth one, but because it's so old, it kind of looks brown now. I love this little section of age down here in this label. Beautiful. Document journal. Perfect. It is perfect for that. Okay, so you open it up. It's got beautiful blue marble paper inside. Little piece of ephemera in there. It's got a bookmaker stamp right there. The first page is blank. They like to do that. And then it opens up to this. Starts in October of 1911. It looks like it's full of writing. It's got an old green envelope. That's from Leon in the back. Get a loose page. The pages are not numbered, but it goes to 1918. There's another little piece of pinned on ephemera here. It's full of writing. Some very fancy writing too. This is May. Something was photographed. 18. Maybe they had their picture taken for 18 euro, or it couldn't be 18 euros, but I don't know, something. I guess they didn't have euro in 1902. So 18 francs maybe, who knows. A little picture here. It's a picture, but it is all white. You cannot see it now. It's a little girl. You guys see the little girl in there? A little photograph of a little girl. It's very faded, but that's tucked in. Super sweet. I love how somebody had their little child's picture in their ledger book. Maybe that's what they were working for. They were working for, see, I already created a story in my head. These people were working for their daughter. They were putting away money for her future. And these were all their transactions. Okay, he has at least 300 pages in him. I didn't measure him that I'm aware of. Maybe I did. He is just about 11 inches by 7.5. So just about a printer size sheet of paper there. Okay, here this one goes. He is full. And he's got at least 300 pages in him. I'm going to do him. Antique French ledger. This guy's going to be, I'm going to do him for 450. The reason is because he's full of writing. The pages really aren't crossed out. Like I did see probably one or two. I'm not going to say there's none, but I didn't really see any. He does have some bits of ephemera. He's got beautiful handwriting. The pages are honestly pretty clean. And there's 300 pages at least in here. The pages are all dated and they've got the months of the year at the top. He's a nice ledger and he's a good size because he is about the size of a copy paper. So he doesn't require any cutting or anything like that to use in a journal. So there's that one. That's what that looks like. It's a beautiful writing page. They're not all as beautiful as that one. I will say there's some pencil back here. In the back, there is a section of pencil. I mean, there's pencil and ink mixed on the same page. Kimberly. All right, Kimberly. Thanks so much. I've got your name on it, Kimberly. Kimberly. So just make sure I have your information because I don't think I've invoiced you before. So in the description box is my email address, or it's pasted up above, pinned up above to Kimberly. Maybe you've already done it, but I just need an email from you with your first name, last name, shipping address, and if your name is different than your YouTube name. But there is your book. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I've got a couple more to go, and then we will switch gears and get out of ledgers. This may be the last one, and then we'll switch gears. I know it's getting late, and everyone does not want a whole ledger. This guy is super cute, though. Look at him. His black cloth. He's got this gorgeous label on here. I want to scan all the labels, but I don't. Then there's his spine. And he's fat. You guys see how fat he is? Like, he's fat. He's got a blue speckled book block. He opens up to this gorgeous label in this beautiful pinkish red, I don't know, burgundy, I don't know what it is, marbled paper. It says cloche right here. It was a paper factory and a printing factory that made the book, I guess. And so we open it up and we've got this. So this guy is a little bit later. He's 1944. What that gets us is great quality paper. That's not quite as old. It's not going to be brittle or anything like that. This is great quality paper. And I can tell you guys, this guy has a lot of pages. A lot of pages. 500 pages in this guy. He's got blank. So if you want some blank, he only has a little section of blank back here. So 500 pages. It looks like 70 are blank. And then everything after that is writing. Writing. I'm going to flip through writing. And every page is full. I love the way the pages are sectioned off like that. That's kind of interesting. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Great quality paper. And this is the right size for journals too. You're not going to have to do any cutting or folding or anything like that other than you would do for a normal journal page. It's just 11.5 by 7 and maybe getting close to 3/4. Almost an A4 size, just not quite as wide. So I don't know, 3/4, half an inch bigger than a copy paper. Okay. It's great. I love it. And it's 500 pages. So if you want to, if you're a reseller, 500 pages. Okay. We're going to move away from whole ledgers though, just because, like not everybody's here for a whole ledger and I don't want you guys to be bored. I know they're nice to look at though, even if you're not in the market for one. Okay. So you pay for it because I'll send you an invoice. If this is the only thing you get, I'll probably send your invoice in the next couple of days, and that way I can get it out to you. But you're going to get an invoice to your email. The invoice is just from me. You just click it. It says it has a pay button, pay now. You enter your payment information and you pay for it. The same way that you would order a pizza or anything like that. Any of your normal payment methods works. So let's do this guy. He is, let's just call him Vintage French Ledger. He's 500 pages. And he's cute. And he is going to be, I'm going to do him for $7.50 because he's 500 pages and it's good paper. Okay, so you got it all going on in this one. I didn't really show you handwriting, but there's that one. We're at page 60 there. If we go up in the front, here's 1944. So yes, it is a little bit later than those other ones, but with that, you don't, it's not quite as dirty. It's not quite as grungy, and your paper is still really strong. In 1944, I mean, that's 80 years ago, basically. So it's not like it's new or anything, but it's not quite as antique as those other ones were. So there's this guy, and there's your blank papers. You just got a little section of blank back here in the back. All right. I think this one might actually get to stay with me for now. He may become page packs at some point because this is the kind of paper I like to put in them, especially for people who aren't necessarily used to antique paper, because this one is nice and sturdy. Okay, we're going to number him. I'm going to number him number 5. So if anybody rewatches, this one is book 5 and he is $7.50. And if you rewatch, you can send me an email. My email address is pinned up there in the chat box, or it's in the description box. Plus, we didn't even talk about that. Like, how could we not talk about that? Yeah, it's for a company that was a paper maker and a printer. It's literally like paper maker, printer. Number 5 for $7.50. Okie doke. We did the ledgers, guys. I mean, there's more back here, but we can do it more another day. We did the ledgers. Let's go ahead and move on to some smaller things. I have some really awesome Let's do these. Really awesome. Where are they? Right here. So I want to do these books. They're not books like books, but they're booklets. So I have some of these. We'll have to find out what they are together. And then there's these. I think these are design, like design class, like textbooks kind of things, where you would learn design. Design for you. A book of exercises and progressions, maybe. Anyway, these are really old. They're printed in Paris. I'm looking for the date on it. I don't see it, but they're old, like 1800s old. I'll find it eventually on one of them. But you basically get a picture and you have to copy this picture. So you have to draw this picture. So it's like an art class, an antique French art class book. So you get a number of these pages, and these are thick, kind of like mixed media paper feeling, kinda. But you get a number of drawing exercises. That one is beautiful. Can you guys see, kind of? You scoot it up a little bit. You get a number of drawing exercises. You can scan these. These are out of copyright. They're beautiful. So the way that the pages are laid out, like this one, like that could be perfect in a journal. Even this one could be perfect in a journal. So if you wanted to include some pages in journals that were kind of artistic, where someone could kind of, copy this, they don't have to, but they could copy this over here in whatever mixed media technique they wanted to do. You could do that, watercolor, whatever, but they're beautiful. And so, like, I don't know if it's obvious what it is, but you've got that. You've got this little boat scene over here. Hello, Alice. Hello. So these are books that have never been used. Old art books. Quite a few pages and pictures in them, and they're really pretty. A water wheel. I know there's a date here somewhere. I don't know where, but I know there's a date. Because it's rag paper, I can do this. If it was not rag paper, it would rip. Okay. They're printed in Paris, but I do not see a date on it. 1880-ish, 1890, something like that. Anyway, there's that one. This is the September. This is the November. There's another one. Different images. This is very naturey. So it's exercises in trees. That last one was more exercises in houses and things like that. This one has some foliage. Oh my gosh, I cannot say that word. And then some tree branches, tree branches, tree branches, tree branches. And then we've got these ones here. Some little paper. This guy says he's December, maybe. I don't know. He's the 12th book. So he doesn't have a cover on the back anymore, but he's window or door scene. A windmill, a chair or several chairs, little village scenes. So we're going to do these. They're very neat. There's a pocket watch in that one. He doesn't really have a back cover, but maybe I'll set him to the side. Then there's another one. This one just quickly has more nature, like landscape rocks and things like that. More nature in it. Then there's this one. This one is a rougher cover. So this one somebody actually did do. This is the one that is printed in the book. This is the one somebody did, but there's space for another one. So someone was doing these little stencil initials here. It's hard to tell what is the real one and what is not the real one. This is the printed. This is somebody's work. This is the printed, this is somebody's work. Now, I don't know what was going on, but in today's world, no one can do this. No one can do this. They're not rag paper pages in here. It's a thicker, like cardstock, but an antique cardstock. It almost reminds me of like a more mixed media type of a paper or something. This is the printed, this is the original artwork or the copy artwork, you know. He was starting it here. Ooh. So this is his artwork, or I'm saying it's him, it might be a girl, but that's original artwork. So he decided he didn't want to copy this building. He just wanted to draw whatever he wanted to draw. But anyway, there's those. So that one was the only one that had any work in it, and it's the one with the roughest cover. Then there's this. He did this one as well, and this one has like a castle scene, but then it's blank inside. And then there's the back cover. We go to this one. This is people. So I'm going to do them random the first round. If they don't go random, that needs to go with that one. If they don't go random, then I will let you guys choose from whatever is left, I guess. More people. Beautiful. That one would be awesome digital. The people. The women. This is a purple one. Got more people. Feet. Baby. Women. Cute. Okay, here's this one. This is like classic sculptures. Michelangelo kind of a things. And then there's this one. We're getting there. People, faces. This is all about faces. This one back here does not have a cover, and it is just faces, people. Sorry about the nudity. It's art. And so there's these ones about the body. That's what I've got for you guys. I'm going to cover up him. But that's what I got for you guys. So we're going to call these French art books. French art books. I don't have very many. I just had what I showed you. So there might be 12 there or 10 or something like that. We're going to do them for $40. $40 is good. We're going to do them for 40. There they are. If you want one random, put in now. If you're really hoping for a specific one, if there are any left after this, then I will let you guys choose. So I see, let's see. Melissa is in first. Melissa will take one. Melissa. And after Melissa, Christelle would like one. And Wendy. I see lots of requests. Wendy and Jerry. And after Jerry, Mrs. E. Go ahead and put in the exact one you guys want. All of you that just claimed, put in the exact one you want if you haven't yet. Helen says her. Cheryl. Jenny. Some people were probably holding out for that round. So if you want to come in now and pick your exact book, go ahead. Jenny. Castles, they drew in. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly look. This one has women or sculptures or something. This is faces. These are faces. This one, I think, might be the one Wendy's asking for. I don't want to tear it. He drew in the first page. This one, Wendy? He only really, he might have drew something else, but that first one has a picture in it. This is people. See, this is why I don't do this. This is people. And then there's this one that he drew in a lot. Is this the one you're talking about, Wendy? Because he drew this one a lot. It doesn't really have, I mean, there are castles, I guess, but tell me which one, Wendy. The first one, this one. Okay, perfect. Wendy is getting this one. Let me find her little tag. There's Wendy. Perfect, Wendy. Thank you. Okay, next. After that, let's see who was next up here. Oh my goodness. Melissa, Crystal, can you guys tell me what you want? Jerry, can you tell me what you want? Melissa says trees. Trees. Melissa. Perfect. Thank you. That's a good cover to scan too. After Melissa said trees, we're looking for Christelle. Christelle says 3 nature people faces. Nature people faces. I'm not really sure what's down there. Nature. This one's nature. 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 Is that the naturey one you want? It's more like landscapes. Nature, or did you want the one with the actual little leaves? This is the other castle one. There's one with leaves somewhere. Where's that one at? There's one with leaves, darn it. Or maybe that was the tree one. That might have been the tree one. There's faces. Okay, let me scroll down so I can see. Christelle, yes. Okay. Where did I take that one? Right here. Okay, so that one works for Christelle. What other one, Christelle, or did you just want the one? Because let me read it again. Me 3, nature people faces. I'm reading that as you want 3. Nature people faces. Faces? This faces has no cover. This is like bodies. This one is like buildings. This one is like, well, this is nature and buildings. More like bridges. So those two are kind of buildings. See, this is why. This one is kind of buildings. This one is faces. I think she wants this one. That's faces. Let me see what else she said. And a nature. Did I already get your nature? I did get your nature. Okay. Catherine's retracting. Okay. Kites. Christelle, I didn't see kites. Was there kites in there somewhere? Oh my goodness. See, here's these faces. Well, it's faces and like chests and things. I'm going to keep these ones together because they're like people. This one is people. This one is people. Here's a purple one that has faces and people. Bridges. Okay, bridges works. Thank you. Is this the bridges one? No. Maybe this is the bridges? No. This is bridges. Is it? Yes. This is bridges. Bridges! Cool! That was really hard. Okay. So after, I'm going from the top. So I got Melissa, I got Wendy, I got Christelle. Jerry is saying castles. So let's find Jerry a castle one. Pretty sure this one is going to be for Jerry. Yes. This one is for Jerry. It's the castles. Perfect. Thank you. And then after Jerry, Catherine, and then she said retracting. So she doesn't need to worry about that one. Mrs. E says castle buildings or classic sculptures. This is kind of buildings. I guess we'll give you this one. It's kind of the last one. So we're going to do that one. Mrs. E. Tara. Tara says nature. I don't know if I have any nature left. I have only people, Tara. Only people. Different parts of people, faces. That's all I have, Tara. So that was Tara. Cheryl requested building architecture. Did I not do you, Cheryl? I didn't. Cheryl needs a building architecture. Well, Mrs. E, let's see. Cheryl's after Mrs. E. So Mrs. Cheryl, I don't have any buildings or architecture. You're going to have to let me know if you still want one. But Cheryl, you came in after Mrs. E. Mrs. E took the last buildings. There are no trees left, Jenny. And let's see, where are we? So Helen and Jenny and Cheryl, I need to know which one you want if you still want one. Cheryl says no. Female faces if no one wants it. Okay. So this is the one you're on right now, Melissa, the trees. Do you want the other one in addition to it? The female faces? I think that's what she's probably saying, but let me just mark it. Get the female faces. That's the sculpture. There's the female faces. There's Melissa. Okay. I have sculpture, classic sculpture, and I have faces, and I have bodies. I have these two that have covers, and I have two more. There's actually three here. I have those three that have covers, and I have two more that do not have covers. We'll save those two that don't have covers. Tara, okay for people if that's all I have left. Do you want some faces and babies and hands? Do you want classic sculpture? Or do you want this one over here that is more, I guess, people? This is probably what you're saying. It's more portraits, right? Like how to do portraits or something. In addition to the trees. Helen, you get to pick also. Helen, Jenny, and Cheryl. I need to know which one of these ones you want. Helen, Jenny, and Cheryl. Baby faces and hands. Perfect. I don't know if this was this one. I have to check again. I think it was kind of this one. Yes, baby faces and hands. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay. Any is fine. Jenny, you might just be my favorite right now. Not that there are favorites, I'm just saying. Helen says portraits. Hopefully I didn't just give that one away. That one kind of looks like portraits. Is this one? This is the classic. Yes. Okay. Helen says portraits. Helen, there you go. Portraits. Jenny's going to get classic sculpture, Jenny. Hopefully that's okay with you. Otherwise, I have these naked people and these people. You can actually pick which one you want, Jenny. You don't have to be stuck with it. But there's larger portraits here. He just doesn't have a cover. I mean, they're nice, but don't have a cover. And then there's this one, which is more about like how to draw body. I'm gonna be in trouble for showing that one. I did my best with it, and I really did. Okay, so I think we're moving on. We're good. Does anyone want these other two at all lesser price because they don't have a cover? Does anyone want them for, let's say, 25? Does anyone want one of these for 25? I'm just gonna leave it up there with my words. Don't wait for a go. Just say if you want one right now. You can tell me the muscles or the people. Muscles or people? Christelle says faces for 25. Thank you, Christelle. I know I should have just did it one at a time. It would have been much easier. I wasn't planning on letting you guys pick, and then I'm like, well, there's just a couple of you. Why don't you just let them pick? Kendall, you're getting muscles. They're good looking muscles. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for playing along with that fiasco. Next, we have these. I don't really know what these are, but we're going to find out together. There's two little books here. They were in the pile with those art books, so I'm hoping they have something to do with art. I can see that this one is dated 1914 and 1914, 15, 16, and 17 here on the cover. Thank you guys. It's some kind of little book. Maybe it's a ledger kind of a thing. It kind of looks like a ledger kind of a thing. It's like a school book. Geography. Yeah, it's a school book. It's just a nice big school book. It's got the whole alphabet here in calligraphy. Got some maps drawn in it. So in France, they taught this fancy calligraphy for a very long time. I'm not sure if they still do, but they taught it for a very long time. And I don't know how to say this without sounding very un-American, but I find the school books, the antique school books coming out of France, these kids, I don't know what to say other than they had great command over their calligraphy pen. They wrote very beautifully at such a young age, and they actually learned a lot more things than I remember being taught in school. I don't want to say they're better than us because I'm an American, but I'm just saying the school books for the kids, they learned a whole vast number of things that we never even got into. It was just maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to say it without sounding terrible, but I'm amazed at what they learned. And I mean, a school person drew this. Like, how do they do it? Like, it's just the command over the pen alone is just beautiful. So anyway, these are large school books. We had some small ones the other day, but these are large ones, and I'll measure for you, but they're more of like an A4 kind of size. So these ones are 11 3/4 by 7.5. 11 3/4 by 7.5. Yes, but our cursive was never, ever like this. It was just never like this. Like, what kid could draw this? Like, even a high school kid. Eh. I have to watch my mouth, but I'm just saying they made a little paper box. I don't know. They were just really advanced. I think they had a better education in France in this period than we did. Now, this is before me, but I'm just saying. This one is from 1890. So yes, it is before me. Anyway, that's the book. It's a nice chunky book of paper and it's gorgeous. So let's do this one. And then I've got one more that's smaller. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Cheryl, I'm not sure what one you wanted. You say that's what I first requested, and I see up above, Christelle, yes. Faces. I did give you one with faces. Let's look at it. So I'm not going to swap them, but I will show you just in case you don't want it. Cheryl, right? Yes, Cheryl. So I thought you said the baby and the hands, Cheryl. Or faces. I'm not sure. But that's what I have. Okay, she just doesn't want it. That's okay. I mean, there may have been something I did wrong. I don't know at this point. We're just going to leave it. And if you don't want it, okay, you don't want it. Did somebody else request that one? Because I don't remember. Did I mess that up? Did somebody else request the baby and the hands? Or was that Cheryl? It was Tara. Let me see what I gave Tara then. Jenny, Helen, did I not give Tara anything? Mrs. E, hold on. Let me fix it. Let me fix it if I can. There's Christelle. Christelle. Because I didn't write Tara a tag. That's my error. Tara's getting that one. I apologize. I stuck Cheryl's tag on it. So Tara's getting that one. Cheryl, you wanted the one that had the Tara. Okay. And she wanted the one that had what on it? I apologize, guys. I did make a mistake there. So, Cheryl, what one did you want again? I'm reading, trying to read. Cheryl, tell me which one you wanted. Well, Terry, you've got the one that you asked for now. Anything building or architecture. Okay. And I see Christelle saying, give her your buildings. And thank you, Christelle. Let me find Christelle's buildings. Okay. So Christelle has this one that has bridges. It's kind of like, I don't know, there's churches, there's buildings. Oops, you cannot see. Christelle, let me know which one to give her. Do you want me to give her this one that has buildings, architecture, bridges, a little bit of nature? So like this was a bridge down here. So there's that one. And then there's this one, Christelle, that has, is this your nature one? This may be your nature one. I think this is your nature one. So never mind. All right. I think we've got it. Christelle, I super appreciate you doing that so I can fix my mistake here. I apologize, guys. I just thought we did it, and we did it, and I did it incorrectly. So now I've got it fixed. Cheryl's got her bridges. Christelle, you've got your nature and whatever other one there was there for you. If you guys if you get them and it's not the right one, just let me know. If you don't think I have the right one, we can stay later and fix it. Let me get this guy put in, this book, the school book. It's a large. French antique. It's from 1890, I think I said. School book. And it's basically a big bunch of nice calligraphy. We're going to do that one for $75, and there's the go. They really forgive me when I make mistakes, and they forgive me for being late and for having to answer the door and everything else. Okay. You're okay. I'm sorry. I didn't understand what was happening there. I can't read the chat at the same time, so I'm sorry. I did make a mistake and I do apologize. Thank you guys for all letting me fix it, and everyone's good with it. Thank you. Okay, so there was the book. The first person who said me was Allison. So Allison's getting the book. Allison, that's a beautiful one. And that one was 75. Thank you. Okay, I've got one more little guy and then we're going for the night. It's this little green one. It says, I'm not sure what it says. Can barely make it out. I think it's more like penmanship. I think that's that. Penmanship, maybe? I don't know. I didn't use Google Translate. It looks like penmanship because it's the same sentence over and over again. So this is from 1916. It's a big one. It's like 11 and a half by 7.5. It's beautiful. This ink right here is a very dark purple. And then we go to black ink. This would be great for scanning and putting in digitals. That beautiful calligraphy. Just page after page. And then down here, they just write the same sentence over and over again to practice. I'll skip a few pages. Well, I guess we're to the end anyway. And then you got just a couple of blank pages back here in the back, and that's it. So it's all handwriting. I just saw the date of 1916. I didn't see anything else. It's got the person's name on it. It's this name right here, A. Clavel. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's do this one. It's handwriting. Oh my gosh, guys, if you only knew what my day was before I start the live sale. That's the hard part, is I have a full day of work of doing all kinds of things, and then I have the live sale. I wish the live sale was in the morning when, you know, I was fresh out of bed and my mind was fresh too. Okay, so this is an antique French handwriting school book. Thank you guys for being forgiving. Let's do this one for, I'm going to do it for 50. That's a pretty good price for it, but it's not full. Like, it does have a blank section back here in the back. Like that much. So you do have quite a number of pages, but I'm just saying. The bigger size ones of these, I don't have very many of those big size ones, but I do have the size that we did last week. I have a collection of those that will be coming. Okay, so Jenny is first in on this one, Jenny T. Okay, so do you guys want to keep going or do you want to finish? I'll leave it up to you. If you guys want to stay, I do have more school books, but they are the smaller size ones. Or should we wrap up and go for the night? It's a good book, Jenny. You're going to like it. Keep going, keep going. More and more. Stay. You guys are so funny. So funny. All right, a little bit more. I'm going to have to wipe off my desk and I'm going to have to put chapstick on. Oh no, I'm good. I'm gonna do a video tonight, but I'm good. I have to make something for tomorrow. I didn't do my video yet for tomorrow. I used to be filmed ahead. I don't know what happened, but I'm not filmed ahead anymore. Life happened, I guess. Okay, so that was those. The other books I have, let's look at these. So I have something special. Sandra, if you requested a blue journal kit for the kit of the month, either either you only ordered the journal kit. I'm pretty sure you only ordered the journal kit, but I have not invoiced everyone from that list yet because I don't have all of those kits built yet. I am waiting for something to get delivered later this week, and then I can send out the remaining kits. I filled the requests from the top down according to StreamYard, and I tried my best to get everybody invoiced and everybody's kit finished. But I don't have 6 kits finished, so you must be one of the 6. So just look for an invoice later this week. It's still coming. Everyone who requested one is getting one, but I ran out of that big, beautiful lace with beads on it. I don't have that. Now, I could have just put in a different one that's similar, but I just felt like we all needed to have the same one, so I waited. It's only going to be a couple days. And they're going to go priority mail anyway, so you will still have it by the 1st when we start. And I think we start on like the 7th. I don't know when do we start? I looked this up at one point. We start on the 7th. So you will have plenty of time to get that kit shipped to you. So anyone who requested one, if you didn't get one yet, but I may not have had an email from you either. So, Sandra Robinson, if you would send me an email again just to make sure I got it, we're good. If you got an email from me, then I do have your info. If you didn't, then I probably need an email again. So this is something special. It's something different. It's an old school bag, right? And it's got something inside of it. It's not just a school bag, but it's got these little turn lock things here for your school bag to close, kind of like an old messenger bag with these leather straps. It's super old, probably some kid's knapsack from forever ago, but it's not super grungy. It's the right kind of grungy, I think, for being antique. It looks a little more grungy, plus everything's getting paper crumbs on it now. But inside of it, it's got goodies in it. It's got lots of goodies in it, a big pile of goodies in it. And so I'm just going to pull everything out. That's the bag. It's got a hole down here in this corner. It's the right kind of grungy. You could make a nice grungy journal cover out of it, or you could just keep it. It's cool looking. So for the first thing in this pile is this slate. It's, you know, like a chalkboard that the kid would have done work at school on. And someone has written something. I do not know exactly what it says. It's got history and something about a class. So I don't know what it says. It may be saying something terrible, but it is an old chalkboard. Okay, that's what that is. It's a metal chalkboard. Then there is all these little booklets in here, all these old school books. So I'm selling this as one thing. The name on it was Denise, and this is just a little booklet where they were writing something. I don't know what. Something. It's just got a couple pages in it right here. Little booklet. Then there's all these school books. So I didn't take anything out. This is exactly the way that it came to me. So there's all these little school books about, I don't know what, anatomy, something. And there we go. Then there's this one. So apparently this is Denise's backpack, and these are her school books. And so she has another little notebook here. She didn't do much homework in this one. She's got some beautiful letters in there. I can't find any more pages with handwriting. So there's that one. There's this one. Beautiful thick cover book. It's got a little sewn in paper book here. More handwriting. That's that one. And then there's this one for natural history. That would be a good one to scan, the black and white pictures. So there's an actual textbook for natural history. Then this one is a notebook, all full, beautiful purple ink. This one says date of something, date of Renaissance, I'm not sure. 1510 geometry. I don't know. It's got a beautiful little label on it. Blank and geometry. This is the table of multiplication. Little notebook here. Apparently she liked purple ink. Well, there's some actually like aqua blue ink in here too. This book is full. There's this book with that label. This book has maps in it. Several pages of maps, a blotter, more maps, and then blank pages. This is all purple handwriting. Ooh, this is pressed flowers. These are beautiful. It says it's natural science. And these are all pressed and pasted leaves and flowers in there. It's really pretty. Really pretty. Books like this and pages like this go for quite a bit of money usually. I didn't know it was in here. I've never looked in this back. But then you've got blank pages. And it's actually like, there's a page with no grid on it, and then a page with grid on it. So maybe it was 4 pasting flowers. I'm not sure. And then there's this one. I thought I was opening it right. No, it opens like this. Okay, makes more sense now. It's a design book, table of multiplication. Ooh, they drew a pony. And then it's got all these little tissue paper, onion skin paper drawings. There's more back here. Pattern. Plants. Kitties. Definitely a girl's school book. That's that. Then there's this one. So see, there's a lot in here. A lot of French handwriting. And this book is full too. And it's beautiful. Beautiful. Got 2 more books. Then we're done. Upside down and backwards. Chicken and some mice and a cat. Families. Beautiful. She liked art. Not much in her geometry book, but a whole lot in her art books. And then purple handwriting all over in this one. So several full ones. Some nature, some fun things. The chalkboard, the bag. It's all going as one. Whatever's in here. That's what that is. This whole thing. Okay. I know, right? Where is this girl? Unfortunately, I think I know where she is, but anyway, let's move on past that thought. This is an antique French. I'm just gonna call it a knapsack full of books. Okay. Did I find a date anywhere on any of these? Did you guys hear me say a date? I don't know. I really wish I could find a date, but I don't know. Okay, well, we don't know. It may be in there. I'm sure there is one somewhere in one of these books. But there's at least 1932. Thank you, Melissa. There is a lot of booklets in there. So we're going to do this one for... I'm going to do it for... I'm going to do it for 400. The reason being, there's a lot of books. And I know that flower book, if I pulled that flower book out, it would be worth a lot. So you've got one book. You got the chalkboard, the bag. You got one book, 2 books, 3 books, 4 books, 5 books, 6 books, 7 books, 8 books, 9 books, 10 books, 11 books, 12 books, 13 books, 14 books, 15 books, the chalkboard and the knapsack. There you go. That's going back in. It's a beautiful collection of someone's history. I'm just going to close it up. I'm just going to send it to you. I guess I should put the paper in plastic, but I'm probably going to put it back in the knapsack. Okay, so the knapsack. Oh my gosh. Melissa, are you serious? You would like to have this knapsack? Melissa, that's awesome, Melissa. You're going to like it. Make sure, the bag is cool. Just this fabric. I don't know what this fabric is, but it's awesome. Make sure you do some research on those goodies. Melissa, thank you, thank you. Are you going to keep the bag like as a bag, or are you going to repurpose it into a journal cover? Thank you. Okay. So the reason why we did that is because it was sitting on these. It's sitting on a stack of these school bags. Oh my gosh. The things that we find in France. It's so fun. So I've got these ones, they're just a bunch of them. They're pretty much the same kind that came out of there. These aren't hers. I didn't take anything out of there. If I did, I would have taken those flower books out, or the flower book. I have actually been looking for one of those for a long time. I didn't know it was in there. This is kind of different. This is like an actual printed school book. So is that one. This might be a school book, a handwritten school book. It's a chunky one. But anyway, there's a whole bunch of school books. I'm just trying to show you. We got a whole bunch. So let's kind of work our way through these. We're going to A and B, and we're going to go quicker, as quickly as we can. If I can find my A and B tags. I put them in here. There they are. Okay. Do A and B. I guess it doesn't really make sense unless I put it over here. We'll do A and B. Okay. Oh my gosh, Melissa, it would be. Make sure you frame your dried ones. If you look up online, antique French dried or pressed flowers, you're going to see those books and what people do with the pages out of them. There's a guy at the flea market that sells by the page for $80. Okay, so these are French children's books. This one has a whole lot of blank paper and a couple of pages of handwriting. That's your A. Your B is this blue one with this tag. It looks very similar to the other ones, but this is dated 1925 and it's from this kid, Germain. It looks like Germain Naughton. I don't know. Anyway, his book is full. So B is full, A is mostly empty. Let's do those. I'm not going to type in a whole lot for these rounds. I'm just going to go kind of quick. A I'm going to do for $20. It's a whole lot of French antique school paper in there, if nothing else. And the B one I will do for $35. And there's the go. A is $20, B is $35. Okay, after the go, Jody Martin is first for the B. Thank you, Jody. And then the A1 looks like it will stay with me. Nobody wants the A1. Okay. A can stay. Then B. Oh, Sarah. Sarah's going to take A. Thank you, Sarah. and it's with an H. Thank you. Okay. We're having no leftovers this show. You know how nice it is to not have leftovers? It's awesome. Okay. This one has a marble cover. It's a little bit newer looking marble cover. It doesn't look new inside. It looks old inside. It is old. I've not looked at these, obviously. It's got some pages of handwriting. It's got a map in the back. Just a map in the back, a bunch of blank pages. Oop, nope. Ooh, we have that. We have handwriting practice. Over and over and over again, the alphabet. That would be an awesome background. Somebody needs to make a stencil out of that. Just over and over again, awesome background. Then you've got this page. Then you've got this page. Oh my gosh. This page. This is a beautiful book. I'm really like, I need to look at the rest of these before I show them to you guys. Some of these would have definitely stayed with me. Okay, then we have a couple more pages of handwriting here about something. And some blank pages. And then there is some handwriting up here in the front. Right here. About something. So that's our A book. I didn't find a date, but he's old. B book is a very thin. We had some thicker ones of these the other night. This guy is very thin. Last Tuesday we had some thicker ones. So if you wanted a thin one, he's got a couple pages of blank and then mostly writing. Geometry is the subject. All your whatever those are. B. Okay. We're going to do it again. A is going to be, I have to have 60 for A. It's just too good to not have that. And then B, we're going to do for, I'm going to do B for 30. And there's the go. A is 60, mostly because of those handwriting pages. They're awesome to scan and turn into something. And B is just a nice book full of handwriting. Like it was full, it has purple ink, and it's geometry. So you get all the little drawings too. The little formulas. Another one that would be awesome for scanning. And that's B. Okay, I'm going to label them. Kendall is first for A. Thank you, Kendall. Learning calligraphy. Oh, that would be fun. Could use that as like a stencil, like put a piece of, oh my gosh, put a piece of vellum or transparency or something over it and then write out over top of it so that you could practice like a, I don't know, a light box or something. Anyway, I don't see anyone for B. So this B is staying with me and he's 30. I will label him, but he's staying. Uh-oh. I see. Guys, I just gotta say it, like, so here's the thing. You guys are on my channel and you guys are in my chat and this is my live sale. And I don't mean to say my, but you're not allowed to sell here. You're not allowed to connect after the fact and share and sell to each other. When you're here because I'm doing a live sale. I don't come over to your social media and raid your customers and do kind of backdoor things and private messaging and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that's what's happening right now. I'm just saying, please, try to be respectful and kind and understand that it takes a lot of work to do what I'm here doing. And B, there are rules. There's a rule video on the channel that talks about, things that you shouldn't do. And just please try to refrain from, you know, all of that kind of stuff privately behind back doors. Let's just try to focus on, if you're here to do this. And you all have your own social medias, and you all are capable of getting your own customers and doing your own businesses. And let's try not to, take away from something that somebody else has worked really hard for. So, I don't know what else to say about the things that happen here. I've really tried to be very nice about it, and I've really tried to be very clear. Some of you guys have had previous warnings, and it just doesn't seem to be working, and I don't really know what else to do. It's very frustrating to be on this side and to do as much as I do, and then, have people that don't work as hard as me come in and, want to sell and want to do other things behind the door, behind my back, basically, with people that you meet in my live sale, in my live chat. And I don't know how else to say that or phrase it, because it happens and it's like spur of the moment. And I just have to tell you, like, I'm going to flip the camera back around. It just makes me so, like, disheartened and just sad that, like, I just try to do something good and share with people. And, like, I do the videos every day. And, like, it just makes me really sad that I can't just do something, like, in the Facebook group. Do you know how many times in the Facebook group I've tried to just create a group where people can come and they can share what they make, and they can share their YouTubes, and they can share their Etsy's, and they can even sell in the group, and they can, do all those kinds of things. But in the Facebook group, I've learned that every time I try to do something where, like, we were going to send Christmas cards to each other or something like that, there just is this part of being on social media that people just I don't know, like, they don't they wouldn't do those kinds of things if they were face to face, but because they're on social media, they'll say something or they'll do something that they wouldn't normally do. And so all I ask is that when you're on my social media, you're here because I brought you here. Basically, I did the work to get you here. And I'm talking about customers. And it's like, then some people come and they, maybe they're purchasing, and they're purchasing for resale, but you cannot sell back through to my customers after I sold it to you, and you're getting your customers from my live sale. Does that make sense to everyone? And I hate talking about this. I hate being put on the spot and being forced to talk about this. It's something that makes me drastically unhappy. And I hate that part of the community of, well, we're all just crafters, and we're all just happy, and we're all just, like, great. And 99% of us are, but the other 1% cause problems constantly. And the only way I can find to deal with them is to ban them. And it gets hard because you don't really necessarily want to ban people, but at the same time, when they cause problems repeatedly over and over again, you really don't give me another option. So with all of that being said, I think I'm just going to end my live sale now. um, it's just really hard to do what I do. I work 7 days a week. I work 13 out of 14 days, and I work between 12 and 16 hours a day. I work really, really hard. I've worked really, really hard to get right here. And I know I have such a small channel, and what I'm doing is such a small little thing, but I worked really hard to get here. And all I want from everyone else out there is for you to work as hard as I worked, not to come and take from me, but do it on your own. It takes work to have a live sale. It does. So, you know, it's it's just a whole thing. And I never want to talk about this stuff. I hate talking about it. It's a whole lot of things. It's just, there's people that also, sell and they cause problems, and there's people that have other Facebook groups and they cause problems, and it's sad that we can't all just get along. It's just, I don't mess with anyone else. I don't go and mess with anyone else. I just do my own thing every time. I just do my own thing. But it always just, it comes through. And you can try to filter it and you can try to be selective of who you let in your group, but it just comes through. And it's just the part of this job that makes it really hard. And like, there are times where I don't want anything to do with it. I want to quit, but you know, I can't let the one or two bad people get me to that point. So, with all of that being said, all I'm trying to say is when you guys are here, it's not to find customers of your own. It's not to advertise that you guys also sell. It's not to advertise that you have something I just showed for sale. It's not to private message people behind back doors and say, oh, well, so and so also has this for sale, or I have this for sale, or in the Facebook group. When somebody leaves you a comment on a post of yours, that is not opening the door for you to then spam them through private message saying, hey, I'm teaching a class of this and it's $65. Come and join. They just left a comment on your thing because they're nice. This recently happened in the Facebook group. There were two ladies who joined the Facebook group, and everyone who would comment on their pictures, their posts, they would spam them in private message with advertising. And it's like, these people were nice and left a comment on your picture saying beautiful tags or whatever. That's not opening a door for you to then go advertise yourself to them. So those people were removed, but the only reason why they were removed is because somebody told me. And one of them, I don't think they knew that I owned the group. I commented on their post and they sent me the spam advertising where they were teaching junk journal classes for $65. And it's like, I just don't even know where to begin with it. It's like they left a comment because they were being nice. They weren't saying, hey, I want to know more information. They weren't saying anything like that. They just left a comment. And then I get messages from some of the people in the group saying, hey, I'm getting spammed with this stuff. The only place I've been is your group. Why is it happening? And so basically, it's just, this is the way people are. They don't want to work for their own customers. They don't want to work for their own money. And they think that if they join a group that's growing at a higher rate of speed, they can pick up new customers. They can come to people's live sales and advertise their self and their stuff and gain customers that way. I don't do any of that. I have never done any of that. I do my own thing and I work really hard at it. And that's all I ask of anyone else. I'm so dejected right now. Anyway, I'm going to try to go take some blood pressure medicine. Oh my gosh. Is that what it's called? Because I don't know what it's actually called, but I know that it happens a lot here. And it gets really, really hard to just like push through having it happen constantly. And there's another person who constantly has caused me problems since day one. And it's so hard for me not to say who they are and why things are the way they are. And they just keep pushing the envelope. And one of these days, they're going to catch me and I am not going to have that filter on. And you all are going to hear exactly who it is and why things are the way they are because they won't leave me alone. So you have heard about one person one time and we're not going to have that again. But this is a different person. I try so hard to make it good and I try so hard to make it professional and not have to talk about all of this. But the reality is I'm a real person with real feelings. And whenever people do things that make me feel like, I just don't understand. I would never come to another person's thing and be like, oh, hey, so-and-so, do you want to buy from me? Like, I just would never do that. I don't go to your house and like steal from you. That's the way it feels. So anyway, it's all right. It'll be fine. It just happens. This is social media. And people, like I said, they will do some things through a computer, through a phone, through social media that they would never do in person. for most of them. Some of them would probably do worse in person, but anyway, we're all good. It's all okay. It just gets hard because that part of it I wish didn't exist, and I don't know how to block that part out. I think at some point you just have to have really good moderators who are very good at pushing that ban button. That's what I think. I know in different areas, like if you were on Twitch, they have their streams on Twitch are very heavily moderated, and you cannot say or do anything. And they're not worried about your feelings. They're just like, "Hey, no, this is you're done. You're out." Like, and you know, it would be nice for some aspects for it to be a little bit more like that. But on the other aspect, a lot of people come here and they don't know that what they're doing is wrong. They don't think about it. They just, spur of the moment, say something or do something, and they don't think about how that would detract from the person's business who you are currently at in their chat. Like, I'm a person, but this is a business. I've invested, I don't want to tell you how much, but I've invested a lot of money in doing this. And it's just hard, just hard. You can block them, but it blocks us from seeing them. It doesn't block them from watching my content. And there's a person who watches, there's several people there's 3 people. They watch my content. They've been watching my 365 videos, and they will leave me a thumbs down on almost every video. They don't waste a whole bunch of time watching. It's only 15 minutes, and it's worth them thumbs downing my video. So those 3 people, they just do it because they think it annoys me. And I see it, and I know who they are, and I just think, well, you watched my video to leave me a thumbs down, so you at least clicked on it. Don't you realize that that's actually helping me? But anyway, people don't think about it. They're just in it to do the thumbs down. I don't really care about the thumbs down. It's all good. It's all good. It stems from jealousy, and I have to be understanding that a lot of things come from jealousy, and I do understand, and I try to be nice about it. Like, I just recently got a mean comment on one of my videos, and the comment was like, I don't want to watch your content because it gives me anxiety because you constantly say, well, it's only 15 minutes and I don't have time for this, and I'm stressed about running out of time. And she was like, and maybe she's here and she's going to yell at me, I don't know, but this person was like, I don't want to watch your content anymore because you're the person who sets how much time you spend on this video. So why do you complain the whole entire time that you don't have time? And it's because I made these videos be 15 minutes or less. That's the whole thing. It's 365 videos that are around 15 minutes. It's not supposed to be an hour-long crafting session. So I try purposely to make them be 15 minutes or less. And when I say things like that, while I'm filming, oh, I have to hurry. I had, when you're at home, you'll do a better job decorating, whatever. It's because I am doing things faster than I would normally do them because I'm trying to be on that 15-minute clock. And so I'm just trying to say, when you're at home, you'll probably take a little more time gluing down this piece or whatever, I'm not trying to give anyone anxiety, and I'm sorry that that person does have anxiety about it. It may just be where my channel is not right for them because I do things like that. But what the wrong thing is to leave a comment like that, because if it's not positive, it doesn't need to be said. You can just keep that comment to yourself and decide not to watch my content. That would be the right answer. The wrong answer would be to post that kind of a comment and then tell me, well, I hope that you take my feedback to heart because I'd really like to see your channel be successful. It's like, oh, okay. I don't know how else to handle that one. I just deleted the comment and moved on. It's okay. You put yourself out there when you do these things, right? It doesn't give people the right to, and it wasn't like she was so nasty or something like that. It wasn't. It was just, I looked at her channel and she's never made a video on that channel at all. It's hard to put yourself out there and make a video. It's really, really hard to just turn on that camera, and those videos are most of them done in one take, where if I say the wrong thing or I mess up, It is there. You can't just restart the film every single time, right? So, like, it's hard to do that. It's really hard to put yourself out there and accept criticism. And I do accept criticism, but I just think if it doesn't really need to be said and it's not polite, then just don't say it. Anyway, I am new to making those kind of videos where, you get the comments and all that kind of stuff, because you guys have always been supportive here, but those kind of videos, they go out to all kinds of different people, and some people, everyone's pretty much been nice except for maybe 2 comments that I had to delete, but it's out of 1,000 comments or so. I don't know, maybe 2,000. It's out of many thousands of comments, I guess. So it's okay that there's just a couple. But what happens is, because I'm who I am, I read that comment and I'm like, darn, I got to stop saying that. And like, it's just one more thing to stress about when you're trying to film a video. You're already like, worried about a million other things. It's okay. This is just real life and I'm just a real person. So it's okay. It is what it is. Tim Holtz has lovely things to say about all of this stuff. He has the right way to phrase it, and he's fun and he's upbeat about, like, saying don't yuck someone's yum or something like that. I'm like, why can't I just be more like Tim Holtz, where I just, just be nice. Oh my gosh. Yes, Wendy and Maria. Yes. Trying to make everyone happy all the time. Anyway, it is what it is, and we're all okay. It'll be fine. All I'm saying is, for anyone watching this video, if you're here to do anything other than just be nice and be kind and with good intentions, then it isn't the right place for you. And just look at yourself maybe and try to figure out, like, if you're jealous or something, there are ways that you can work hard too and do what you want to do. But being mean to me or trying to ruin my channel or trying to ruin my sales, it's not gonna work. I'm never gonna give up. It's only going to make me better. So it's kind of having the opposite effect. So just maybe try to focus that energy and that time on your own stuff and do what makes you happy, and stop worrying about me. Stop watching my channel. Stop trying to compete with me, and just do what makes you happy and would make you more successful, because that's really the answer. And I think you know that. You're not stupid. You know that. So just stop watching my channel and move on and focus on whatever it is that you're doing and how to make that better, instead of trying to focus on how to make me worse, because you're not ever going to succeed with that. That's it. That's my speech. That's my nice speech. Anyway, they have lives, they have families, they have grandkids. I know who these people are. I know them. They have other things to do. Just stop watching me and go do those things. If you spent half the amount of time and energy on your stuff as you do trying to hurt me, your stuff would be better. So just go do it. Right, Rhea? That's enough of that. My soapbox. Anyway, I do apologize. I do apologize. I hope that I get some kind of editing software to edit all this out of this video. People watching and be like, what happened? Anyway, from time to time it happens. I try to ignore it. Sometimes I delete or ban. Sometimes the mod, it's private in the silent chat, a silent mod. Sometimes they catch it and delete or ban. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just message me and ask me. Sometimes they ask me later. It's okay. It's just a thing. It just happens sometimes. And we talk about it and then we move on. And I'm kind of competitive, so, it's all right. I'll get over it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all of your support. You guys are amazing. Thank you for showing up for me tonight, and thank you for supporting me tonight. And I'm going to read back through and make sure I understand everything that I understand. But the private moderator has already banned 3 people tonight. So just so you know, these things happen. Comments are being said. There's a blocked word list, and these people, they're not allowed to say certain things. And so sometimes that flags it, but it just happens. It's all right. It happens on everybody's live. You just don't hear about it all the time, which is probably what should happen, as I shouldn't say it. So anyway, back to what I'm saying. It's all okay. Everyone who is new, my email address is pinned to the top of the description box. Now that description box is going to disappear, or that live chat is going to disappear here momentarily when we're not live anymore. But my email address is in the description box of this video, and it will stay in there forever. So if you need my email address, first of all, I can pop it up on the screen here. For anyone who's new who hasn't sent me information, this is my email right here. So for anyone who's new who hasn't sent me information, my email address is right there. It's inkedpaperart and the number 1@gmail.com. If you would send me your name, your first name, last name, who you are on YouTube, put who you are on YouTube. If you have a different name, like not your normal first and last name, put who you are on YouTube in the subject box of your email, please. And then tell me your full shipping address, zip code, country, whatever it is I need to know to ship your package there. And then that's pretty much it. What will happen next is I'll send you an invoice to pay to your email. Then after you get that invoice, you'll just click the button, you'll enter your payment information, and you'll pay it. And then when I get your payment, your package is going to be already packed and shipped, and you'll have a printing label or a printed shipping label on your package already. And you will have been emailed tracking already. So as soon as you pay, your package leaves. That's why when the mailman came today, I paused the video and they took 100 packages. So that's why it took a while. So anyway, you're going to get an invoiced email. You just pay it. Then your stuff gets sent to you, and we do it again next week. And if you want, if you're international and you want to leave a box open for a while, you can do that. Only for international buyers. For regular US buyers, your stuff ships every week, and it's because I don't have time. I don't have space to store it all. It used to store all in boxes until your box was full. The problem is we grew out of that very quickly, where I had boxes and boxes and boxes of people's stuff here. And sometimes they would leave it for like months, and we just ran out of space. I don't have space for the stuff, let alone storing stuff that has already been purchased. So we don't do that for US buyers anymore, except for if I sold something and it was less than $25 and it was very small and light, and that's the only thing you got, then I will save it until you purchase more so that shipping is more worthwhile. Because I hate to charge $6 shipping on a $6 item. I hate to charge $6 shipping on a $12 item. I think that shipping, it has to be worthwhile, right? And so I don't mind saving, things that are under $25 and very small and very light until you guys accumulate more stuff. So your invoice. Okay. So invoicing for tonight's sale will happen by next Monday. That's my goal, by next Monday, or by this Monday coming. Next Monday, I guess. I'm getting tired now. But by Monday. Usually they come over the weekend a lot. It just depends on how quickly I can get everything done. Last time we had a whole lot of new buyers. This time we have some new buyers, not quite as many as last time. All of that takes time to enter into the computer and get all that stuff situated, enter your addresses, figure out who you are, first of all, with the emails. So this time should be easier. And if you get it, before Monday, then don't stress out or anything. You'll have till Monday to pay it or whatever. And then from there, stuff ships. Now, if you have a problem or a question or something like that, you can ask questions on Messenger. You can ask questions in email. If you're rewatching and something didn't sell and you want it, you can reach out to me, email or Messenger that way. But if you're watching the sale after the fact, I usually only take orders for the things I said were still available, like the ledgers and things like that. It's just too hard to keep going back and pulling one thing for one person all the time, I know that it's hard for a lot of people to understand, but there are many more of you than there are of me, and it is very hard to keep everything straight. Plus I have Etsy. I don't use PayPal. You can pay any other way other than PayPal, but with PayPal, you can always transfer your money to your bank account and then just use your debit card. So that works too. Right, Alice? Right. So my son said this morning, he's like, they're just trolls, Mom. I'm like, I'm too old to think about trolls. Anyway, with all that being said, we're going to have a video in the morning. It's going to be making something. I kind of have an idea of what I want to make. So I'm going to get off here. I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm going to clean up some of this mess. Then I will reset the room for the Craft With Me videos because currently I'm filming those Craft With Me, or not Craft With Me, those 365 videos in this room. Eventually, we'll have different, I have a craft room with a filming setup, but we also have a new filming studio that's coming. So eventually we will get all of that situated. There are some electrical problems that I did not anticipate. Apparently, all of this stuff takes more electrical than what is currently built into the house. So I got to figure that out. But we'll figure it out eventually and it will all be good. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight, and thank you so much for all of your purchases. I think that you guys are going to love them. I love them. It's so fun for me to buy all the stuff, and it's so fun for me to share all the stuff with you guys. Next week, we will be here on Tuesday with the live sale. I'll be here Friday with Craft With Me. Friday's Craft With Me is the fabric lacy clusters and just basically playing with fabric and lace in general. We're definitely making clusters, but I also want to make some other things with fabric and lace with you guys as long as we have time, which I think we will. So Fridays, clusters, fabric, lace, play, that kind of thing. Tuesday next week, we will have some different items. There will be French paper. There will be French fashion magazines. There will be French lacy goodness and all kinds of that super frilly Victorian girly stuff we all love. That's next week. I have some fabulous antique French samples, and that's really all I'm going to say. Samples. Lacy Victorian samples. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. Thanks for putting up with me, and I'm hoping to edit out that last half an hour. Anyway, oh my gosh, guys. There's parts that I just wish I could hit the rewind button on. Anyway, I will see, well, I will, you guys will see me in the morning for those of you that watch my videos in the morning. Yeah. And then I'll see you guys back here on Friday if you join, or Tuesday next week if you join. All right. Have a good night. I'll see you guys soon. Bye, guys.